notification of weather that's already starting to develop. So if you bear with me one moment here, National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning, and this is going to be for parts of our viewing area. The area that we're watching right now is a tornado warning that was issued for Newberry County, and this is what we're watching currently. National Weather Service has put the position, it's just going to be just west of Newberry and north of Silver Street. It's moving to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So this covers Newberry County, pretty much the central and northeastern portions of Newberry County. Timing right now, it's already over Longshore, 3:15 is the time currently. It'll get to the city of Newberry at about 3:26 and then crossing over I-26 into the areas of Strother at about 3:52. Now, this is what we've been watching, and if you bear with me, I'm going to pull up the information, but the problem we have with this storm right now is that it is indicated that it is a radar indicated tornado. It is not confirmed as a tornado as of yet. This is the area that we're watching right now. So it's going to be about maybe 3 miles to the west of Newberry, and I'm going to put this in motion just to see where this is currently going. But this is the area that we are watching right now. It is moving rather quickly, so no longer about 35 miles an hour, but at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. It's just about to cross over I-26, and that's the area that we're going to be watching. So if you're in Newberry County right now, go ahead and take your immediate tornado precautions, and this will be continuing until 3:45. This is the one we're watching. Now, we also have a tornado watch that's being issued, but we have a tornado warning also in Aiken County. This one is not affecting our viewing area yet, but it's right on the cuff of extreme southwestern, western Orangeburg County and in Barnwell. So that's another one that we'll be watching. But as of right now, the things to be aware of, first, a tornado watch. This is now in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. It covers Saluda, Lexington, Richland, Sumter, Clarendon, Orangeburg, Calhoun, and Aiken counties until 9 o'clock. Again, the storm that we're watching is this one right now. And let me take off the lightning so we can see. There's a lot of heavy rainfall involved in this, folks. So I would not venture out in this because you're not going to be able to see if anything is occurring. So there's the storm. And if I put a track on that current one, and Corey, correct me if I'm wrong, it's still moving at about 35, correct?
Yeah, it is right now at 35 to the northeast.
Okay, to the northeast. So extending this is going to be crossing over I-26 over by Beth Eden. It says 3:24. Let's just say in the next 2 minutes because I think it is starting to accelerate. So this is the area that we're watching, crossing into the areas around I-26. And again, this is a tornado warned storm. This is the area that we're watching. And let me get rid of this for just a moment. So just around the Beth Eden exit, this is the area that we're going to be watching. Make sure that you have anybody who's driving westbound on I-26 heading towards Lawrence County. Tell them that this is the area that we're watching. It's going to be crossing over the highway within the next minute or so. But they'll still continue it until 3:45. And bear with me a moment. Let me do another trajectory on this one. It's still moving at 35 miles an hour, so put it right about here. Yep. Still saying Beth Eden at about 3:24. Take your tornado precautions right now. Any area around Beth Eden and points west, going up 26 about 5 miles, and then this is going to continue moving, maybe get into Mableton, but it's really hard to tell if they're going to extend this or not. But just be aware that once we're getting into the area of around Mableton, probably around 3:24. I want to go back and see. So we currently have 2 tornado warnings, and I'm going to go down to the southern one real quick so we can see where it stands. Okay, so this storm here, the Weather Service has got this one. Let's see, this is a tornado warning until 3:45. It was located just north of the Savannah River. So put it right here around New Ellington and then heading towards the northeast. And the reason why I'm talking about this one is that I want to make sure that everybody who's in Springfield, Livingston, this area even though you are not under the tornado warning, just be aware that this storm is probably going to get into the Springfield area in about 30 minutes or so. So be aware, if you live anywhere, Springfield, Livingston, south of number 4, Nices Highway, all the way to the county line, sometime around 3:45 to 3:50, this is going to start crossing over into Orangeburg County. For those of you who are joining us right now, the National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch. Oop, let me get rid of that one, and let me put a better one. So this is a tornado watch has issued for basically the central and southern portions of the Midlands, all the way down to the low country until 9 o'clock tonight. We already have one tornado warning that continues until 3:45, so about another 25 minutes. This is the storm that we're watching, and let me clean this up a little and get more of a directional of where it is. So it puts it now about, let's see, it's right by the airport. So this circulation is right by Newbury Airport, still moving to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So put the wrong one. So this is the trajectory we're looking at. So again, Beth Eden, you should already be in your tornado shelter or taking your immediate tornado precautions right now. I don't see a lot of hail to this, but nevertheless, let me pull up. We have any hail being reported?
So we got a wall cloud spotted, Highway 19 and 278 near New Ellington. So that's the one.
So that's the one in Aiken. Okay, so they have a funnel cloud in Aiken. Okay, we'll be watching that. And let me change this so we can get roads on here. That would be a little bit more beneficial if we can see what roads we're talking about. Okay, all right, let me get rid of all this hail and move this a little bit more up to about, that's where it would be. Okay, so this is where the center of circulation is. If you live anywhere east of I-26, so we're talking about coming down 321, 176, crossing into the areas around Strother, and then northeast of Beth Eden. This is the area that we're watching right now as it continues to move to the northeast. Now, the National Weather Service, I'm checking them right now, they have not indicated if there's any verification of a tornado, but I'm going to put this on a loop so everyone can see where this is going. I don't see anything right now as far as an indicator that we have an actual tornado, but nevertheless, we've got a tornado warning that still continues. I'm going to put this on a 15-minute loop. So you can see it's a very broad area. Usually when we're looking for a tornado, you're looking where you have something called a couplet, where you can see an actual circulation, a circle of green and red. And we're not showing that right now, but the position is going to be right about there. So this is going to be well south of Whitmire, crossing into Beth Eden. And let's see, have we gotten anything from the National Weather Service yet, Corey?
Not yet. I will say that the rotation on the Newbury storm does look to have been weakened quite a bit. So good news.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely putting it out there because it is a circulation nevertheless, but it is not strengthening, which is a good thing. So we're still going to continue that tornado warning. And again, that's going to be for Newbury County until 3:45. Looking at their information now, we still don't have anything that is indicating that we have a tornado. They still will continue it, and that's going to go on for, let's see, about another 12 minutes. And just be aware that we're watching multiple areas right now. So here's the one tornado warning we have for Newbury County. We have another one down here in Aiken. Now, in New Ellington, in Aiken County, which is pretty much east central portions of Aiken County, they reported a wall cloud. Here's the difference, folks. A wall cloud it looks like a tornado, but it has not gotten down to the ground yet. It's a condensation spin in the atmosphere, but it has not hit the ground yet. Once it's on the ground, that's a tornado. So we're watching this very carefully for extreme western portions of Orangeburg County and extreme northeastern and eastern portions of Aiken County. Just looking around the scope, and we haven't gotten anything new as of yet. let me give you an overall picture of what we're looking at, because this is the entire system that we're watching. And bear with me one moment. All right, there we go. There are, at this time, tornado watch that covers pretty much the southern half of South Carolina and then all the way into southern southeastern Georgia. This is the main line of severe storms. Other than the tornado watch, they've already had multiple tornado warnings and ongoing right now with a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. And just to show you the dynamics of this line, it's a very impressive line, and I say impressive because even though that we have tornado warnings and a tornado watch, most of the activity is still well west to us. So we still have to have this line that's in Atlanta to move over to our area. So putting this on a loop, we've got two different sectors. We've got the one that's going through now for us, and then we have this other line. You can see the line, very deep red colors, pretty much from Athens to just east of Atlanta, all the way down into the areas around Columbus, and then continuing into southwest Georgia, Columbus, Albany, and then down to about Macon, Georgia. Okay, the National Weather Service continues the tornado warning. So let's go over to Orangeburg now real quick. And they do, even though it does have a little portion of Orangeburg County, let's say that this storm does look like it is still keeping its strength. So the Orangeburg County warning is just for that little sliver just south of number 4, right on the corner of Aiken, Barnwell, and Orangeburg County. Position, let's see, this is moving to the northeast. Okay, this is moving to the northeast.
We got an unconfirmed.
Yeah, I saw that.
In Newberry, so there might have had something touch down quickly there.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at. And this storm for Orangeburg County, if it continues on its current track, it should be crossing over possibly around let's say about 340 in extreme western portions of Orangeburg County. Now, let's go back up to the Newberry one, because National Weather Service has been indicating that we have a report, okay? A report. It's not confirmed yet, but I just want to let everybody know that we've got a report that they may have seen either a funnel cloud or a tornado somewhere in the area of Bremer Road in Silver Street. So that would put it right about, let's see, yeah, that would have put the notification right around here. The storm currently, when we look on velocity of where it is, so here's the storm right now. This area, it's right at the connection of 176 and Highway 121. Puts about, let's see, about 2 miles to the northeast of Beth Eden. And let me put a track on that, since they're continuing for another 45 minutes. For another 15 minutes. So Mabington, 338. So this is the track. If you live anywhere east of 176, going into northeast portions of Newberry County, you should already be taking your tornado precautions, since that area of the county is already under the tornado warning. This continues to move to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. This is the area that we're watching. Something that we really don't have to look at now, which is, and I'll explain what correlation coefficient is. I'm looking to see if there's any debris signature. There's no debris signature. If we do have one, I'll explain that a little better, but right now we don't have any. The key thing is that we are still watching this very broad area of circulation that's moving to the northeast. That is the only one that we have that's in the immediate danger of our Midland communities. And again, tornado watch. For those of you who are just joining us right now, just be aware that we do have the tornado watch. Again, this is for pretty much from west to east on Columbia Highway, Sunset Boulevard, Divine Street, going across the Sumter Highway, all the way until you hit I-95. So from Sumter, Saluda, Lexington, Richland, Calhoun, Orangeburg, and Clarendon County until 9 o'clock tonight. 2 tornado warnings that we are watching. The first one And if you guys want to know what that squeaking is, I've got the information directly from the National Weather Center. So if something does come up, I don't miss it. So here's the tornado warning that we have for Aiken, Barnwell, and extreme western Orangeburg County. This one, let's see, that still goes on for another 15 minutes. I'm sorry, I keep on saying 45. I'm meaning 3:45, but another 15 minutes. And looking on velocity, this is going to be the area that we're going to be watching. In fact, let me switch over to the severe. Yeah, there it is. You can see it right now. It is just south, or rather, it's practically in the town of Windsor. And as this continues to move, we're going to see that motion continue into the areas approaching Springfield. So at its current motion right now, I'd say at the earliest that Springfield, it should be, if it's still continued as a warning storm, it should get into your area probably in about 15 minutes. Now I got to go back up to Newberry because we do have a confirmation of a tornado in Newberry County. This was located, let's see, tornado was located about 2 minutes ago near the airport. So this would be right by the Newberry County Airport. And I can switch this over. So there's Newberry, and let me pull this back up. They've updated it. It still continues for another 15 minutes. Position right now, so the confirmation of the tornado is right by the airport about 2 or 3 minutes ago. Let me put a track on this one. It's still moving to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So this is the area that we need to watch. Again, if you live in this area, I'd go ahead, and if you haven't done so already, you need to take your tornado precautions. So here's the city of Newberry, airport by 76, and it's basically going right along number 34. So this is the area that we need to watch. And if you haven't already done so, go ahead and take your tornado precautions now, because it's heading over now. As far as the hospital in town, it's just going to be just to the north of it, but it's already at least confirmed an observed tornado. So we already have confirmation that it has been a tornado physically on the ground. We haven't got any other information if it is still on the ground, but regardless, once we get that notification, if you live anywhere along number 34 and east of I-26, heading all the way through Mabington and Strother, you need to take your tornado precautions right now as this continues to move, as well as confirming that this is a tornado that occurred about 3 minutes ago right over the airport. Those are the tornado warnings we have right now, at least for the Midlands. Now, obviously, there's more tornado warnings down in the low country, but we're watching the ones that are here in our neighborhood. So, again, this is the storm that we are watching. Obviously, it's putting down a lot of rainfall. So, if you think you're going to be able to see this, don't. Don't go out and try to find where this tornado is, because it is what is called rain-wrapped. There is so much precipitation around it that you're not going to be able to see it. And putting the velocity now to check. Actually, I think this is a little bit more north. This may be along 176 and 121.
I will say Barnwell County, we're starting to see some rotation develop, so I would keep an eye on that for Orangeburg here, just south of the tornado warning.
Right. Okay, this is a very broad area, so tornado is going to be right around here. But I'm watching the stuff that's crossing over just to the east of Mid-Carolina High, because this may be another cycling, what's called a mesocyclone. Something may be stirring up here just to the northeast of Mid-Carolina High School by about 2 miles. So another one that we're going to be watching. And then, as Corey mentioned, the one that, okay, this one that's down here that's coming up, we need to watch that, and as well as the Orangeburg.
Circulation just north of Barnwell.
Just north of Barnwell, okay. Let's go down there.
Could be something here in a little bit.
Okay, so, yeah, you see these very bright colors. This is a little bit of a circulation. This is where we have the tornado warning right now for Aiken County. However, this one continues for about another 11 minutes. Since they're still watching it very carefully, I'm going to assume that they were probably going to extend it as a warning, either as a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning. But regardless, if you live anywhere in Springfield, even out to areas north of Springfield, Livingston along 39, probably within the next 15 minutes, you start feeling the winds. You need to take your tornado precautions now. I'd venture to say that they may actually either extend it or turn that into a severe thunderstorm warning. But either case, you need to watch this one very carefully. So we still have this tornado warning. Okay, good news. National Weather Service just talked to the emergency management in Aiken County. This is the tornado warning that we've had now for ongoing, about 30 minutes. No damage reported, no injuries reported as of yet, which is good. But still, if you live in this area, and I know it's a little bit out of our viewing area, but yeah, you have those people who have the rabbit ears. I'm guilty. I've got rabbit ears on my TV, and they're picking us up here in the areas just west and south of Springfield. So this we need to watch very carefully. Again, just a very tiny sliver of Orangeburg County west of Springfield is under that tornado warning. But nevertheless, that is one storm that we need to watch, and we're still covering this Newberry tornado warning storm that we already have gotten confirmation of a tornado. Position is going to put it still in north central portions, of Newberry County. So here's the circulation that's pushing through. Here's another one's developing along number 34. So anywhere in this area, you should be already taking your tornado precautions, specifically because of how this is moving. Change this over, let's see, 35. I'm just going to put a big swath on this because everybody in Newberry County on this side, so from Mableton all the way down to Glympville, right along the county line, and then if it extends all the way into Herbert, crossing over to Fairfield County. But again, this is the area that we need to watch very carefully. National Weather Service will still continue that tornado warning, but this is, like I said, an observed tornado. It was observed in Newberry, right by the airport at about 3:29. And as it continues to move, they're still going to continue the tornado warning. And we'll put this over here. And so this is the direction that we are going right now. And again, if you live anywhere along and to the north of number 34, that you definitely want to be weather aware. We also got, let's see, this is a report coming from, okay, so we're getting reports also of possible damage, or at least the possibility of wind-driven storm damage in the area heading towards Whitmire. So let's just move up there real quick. So we're talking about this area. Bear with me while I get rid of all of this. So this is along 121 and 76. Okay, this area, they're reporting that some incident has occurred, and keep in mind that that was the area that we were talking about, how the wind profile was showing that there was considerable strengthening that was going on. And in this area, so this is where we're getting the report from. This came from Newberry County Sheriff's Office. Here's where it is now. Please, if you haven't done so yet, if you live anywhere north of number 34, all the way up to Mableton, please take your tornado precautions, because we've got already a report of something that has occurred, possibly some damage in the area in the split of 176 and 121, about 4 miles, maybe 3 northeast of Beth Eden. But that is still continuing as a tornado warning. And let me get rid of this right here. So this is a storm. Again, it is an observed tornado warning. We did have confirmation roughly 10 minutes ago by the airport. So we're going to continue this as the tornado warning. Now, This only covers Newberry County. We don't have anything that crosses over into Fairfield County yet. Still need to be weather aware in those areas in far western portions of Fairfield County if this is extended, which right now I don't have any indication that we're going to have.
Both warnings expired 3:45.
Okay, that's great. So let's go back up here. Okay, so we have, and let me get these up real quick. Okay, so first we've got Newberry County. This is the tornado warned, and we got the second one. And let me move this out of the way. Yep. So the tornado warning that is currently in Newberry County, this goes until 3:45, so another 5 minutes. The National Weather Service is going to allow the tornado warning to expire at 3:45. There's still going to be a strong thunderstorm that's going to be moving through north central, northeastern portions of of Newberry County. So anywhere to the southeast of Whitmire to Mabington, this is the area you still need to watch for very strong storms. This tornado warning that we have that covers the extreme western portions of Orangeburg County, west of Springfield, the National Weather Service is going to allow that one to expire as well. So that's what we have currently that as far as any watches or warnings. But again, for those of you who may have just joined us right now, we have 2 tornado warnings that are set to expire in the next 45 minutes. The one for north central Newberry County and the one that's involving eastern Aiken and far, far, far western Orangeburg and northern Barnwell counties. We have a tornado watch that covers Saluda, Lexington, Richland, Sumter, Clarendon, Calhoun, and Orangeburg County until 9 o'clock tonight. Let me give you the overall picture of what we're looking at right now on radar, because this is a very active scene that we've been going through. And bear with me while I pull this up. Okay, so here's the overall theme of what's going on right now. There is a lot of activity moving through. Just for South Carolina alone, we've got this one large cluster of thunderstorms, very strong thunderstorms, that is south of I-20, west of I-95, that is moving to the northeast. We've got a secondary line that has the tornado warnings that is going to expire in 3 minutes, that's moving through Newberry County, and another one that's moving through Aiken, Orangeburg, and Barnwell County. This is moving to the northeast as well. Then when we pan out where everything else is occurring, we have another line of very strong storms moving through northeastern Georgia, central Georgia, southwestern Georgia, and all of this line is going to continue moving basically to the east. So we're not too much concerned with all of this stuff in southwestern Georgia, although it may clip the low country and portions of the southern Midlands. But the 2 areas that we're going to be watching is what we're experiencing right now, which is going to continue moving generally east-northeast, and then we have this second line that is moving more towards the east. So some of this activity may affect us in the southern Midlands, but definitely the low country. All of this activity that's still on the back end of us hasn't even crossed over the Savannah River. That's the next wave that we're going to be watching. That's why at 3:43 in the afternoon, the National Weather Service is going to continue that, the Storm Prediction Center is going to continue that tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. So again, to show what we've got, we continue where did it go? We continue that tornado watch, and again, that goes until 9 o'clock. And let me get that back up here. Then we have these 2 tornado warnings. The Newberry one, we already got confirmation that there was a tornado observed, and that was right by the Newberry Airport. That will expire at 3:45, and the one that's portion of extreme western portions of Orangeburg County, that also is set to expire at 3:45. In addition to that, we have one other thing that we need to also talk about. For those of you who are in that area, Well, this is a typical area that we get flooding all the time, and we continue a flash flood warning. If I can get it up here. We continue a flash flood. Is the flash flood warning already expired? No, it's right there.
That's still out.
Okay. And why is not popping up?
3:30 actually expired at 3:30.
Okay. All right. So we don't have to worry about any flash flood warning at this point. So let me clear all this out. Let me show you where all the activity is. To begin with, all the tornado warnings for the Midlands, specifically for the Midlands, have expired. We've got some considerable storms that are moving through, and as I loop this, we still have considerable storms that are moving through. A main cluster that is moving through areas south of Interstate 20 and then along I-95. We have a secondary line that was the tornado warned line that is moving through and approaching the central third of the Midlands. And then we still have a lot of activity in Georgia still to make it through. But to wrap up here, since now all the, at least warnings that we have expired, before we wrap up, I just want to make sure that everyone, remember, stays aware that the tornado watch continues until 9 o'clock tonight for pretty much the southern 2/3, central and southern Midlands, until 9 o'clock tonight. The storms have been tornadic at times. We still have quite a bit of activity moving through, and we're not done yet. This activity is going to continue at least for another 3 to 4 hours at the minimum. And as we continue to track this, should any other watches or warnings or serious conditions occur, will we be back here? Make sure that you share this with your friends and family, that we may not be on Channel 19 right now, but we are broadcasting this on all our social media platforms. So all they got to do is tune in to News 19 on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and we'll have that information. But again, the key element right now is that we will continue the severe thunderstorm, the potential for severe weather over the course of the next 4 hours or so, with the tornado watch still in effect. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Efren Afante. We'll keep you aware as the weather continues, but for now, we'll sign off. Any other information comes up, we'll let you know right here on News 19. Meteorologist Afrin Afanti. We'll let you know that we have a new tornado warning, and this is one we're going to have to be watching very carefully. At this time, the tornado warning is going to be for Orangeburg County as well as Bamberg and Allendale. Let me show you exactly what we have. Here is the center of circulation. It is right over the town of Allendale. It is moving to the northeast at about, 35 miles an hour?
That is correct.
35 miles an hour. This is a confirmed tornado in Allendale. Now, let me repeat this again so everybody's clear. In Orangeburg County, we have a tornado warning. We do not have a tornado in Orangeburg yet. The National Weather Service has confirmed that based on radar and based on observation that there is a tornado, moving through Allendale.
Tornado emergency, yeah.
Okay, we're going to zoom in for it, but just so you're aware that this is what we're looking at right now. So for Orangeburg County, just be aware that this is what we're looking at, and this should be making into the areas. Let's see, crossing over Bamberg, probably about 4:45. But for Orangeburg County, you're looking at Bamberg at 4:42, Branchville at 4:53, Roseville at 5 o'clock. Let me show you the storm right now. And just be aware, the National Weather Service has now issued a tornado emergency. This is a tornado emergency for the town of Allendale only. Again, this is just for Allendale. And let me show you exactly what's happening here. This is a tornado that we're talking about. It has already been observed visually, and radar indicated that there is a very large and destructive tornado that has crossed over through Allendale. And this is the criteria that we're looking at. First, you can see a very, very noticeable spin. Here's the green. The green is spinning from the south to the east. The red is spinning from the south to the west. So this is the tornado. So if you know anybody who lives in this portion of Allendale County and going into Bamberg County, here's a tornado. It is over the city of Allendale, which is currently under a tornado emergency. A tornado emergency is the highest criteria by the National Weather Service, which means there is a confirmed, very large and destructive tornado that is moving through the area. It is moving to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So for this particular area of Allendale County, as it continues to move, you're looking at getting into the USC side of Bamberg, the USC Allendale right now. It'll be over Sycamore about 4:12, crossing over Shady Grove School, so I'm hoping they're already out, about 4:18 as well as in Ulmer. But again, that is for specifically and solely Allendale County. That does not mean that we have it over Orangeburg County, but here is the storm, and let me put it in motion so you see that whenever we look at the specific criteria of a tornado, in fact, this is a little bit too short. There we go. Whenever we look at this, what we're looking at specifically, did you see that tweet that just went out?
I did not.
No, there was a tweet. I just missed it.
I'll pull it up.
It looks like we're getting reports right now from Allendale of considerable damage. And the reason why I'm talking about Allendale is that here's the storm. It's moving to the northeast. So its current trajectory right now, if we put this on a line, and let's just assume that it is going to change direction, which they always do. But if this is the assumed path, then we're looking at crossing into Bamberg at about 4:04, and then crossing over into Midway 4:42, Cannon about 4:49, Branchville at 4:54. So the target time we're talking about for all of our viewers on the Orangeburg-Bamberg County line is going to be between 4:40 and 5 o'clock. So you should go ahead and take your tornado precautions right now. If you live anywhere from Allendale through Bamberg County, crossing into the town of Bamberg, and then from Bamberg, pretty much everywhere from 601 crossing east. So if you live anywhere from, let me pull this up here. I believe that's going to be Branchville, Bowman, and 66. So yeah, so here's the area that we're looking at. So if this continues in its track, if you live anywhere from Cannon, not 601, 301, all the way down to Columbia Road, through Branchville, around 96, this entire area along the county line, you need to take your tornado precautions right now. Even though it's moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour, there's already confirmed tornado down in down in Allendale. And as this storm continues to move, if it holds its strength, then we're talking about getting into this area of Orangeburg County, again, probably in the tune of about 440 to about 5 o'clock, right along the county line. Again, that is a confirmed tornado that has just moved out of Allendale. So let's see, I get a little more information here. Let's see, it was confirmed at 4 o'clock, so about 8 minutes ago, that it went right over the town of Allendale. Let me clear this up and let's put this entire thing into motion, and we'll see as this continues to move through. Let's see, give me one moment. All right, I've taken off all the other clutter just so we can see the storm. Here's a storm right now. This is a classic tornado. And honestly, the last time I saw a classic tornado like this that moved through South Carolina was back in, I think it was 2003 or 2004. You typically see these out in the central South, out into areas of the Central Plains. Very well-defined storm that's moving through. Now, this is going to continue moving along 301, so it's moving just to the north of Earhart and then Bamberg. This directional line is why I want everybody in Orangeburg to be aware that even though this storm is going to expire at 5 o'clock, this line, as it continues to move through, this is the area that we're looking at. So, that's a little bit too far away. Sorry about that, folks. Let me drop that a little bit further down. So we're talking about getting into Bamberg and then right along the county line in Bamberg County, about to cross over Orangeburg County by about 4:40 to 5 o'clock. So again, we're watching this very carefully, and let's pan out and see everything that is going on right now. So this is what we currently have. We've got a lot of heavy rainfall moving through. Put the lightning on. A lot of lightning occurring right now in areas along and east of the eastern Midlands, but this is the focal point right now. This is the area that we're watching all of the storms that are firing off, and of course the one particular one, which is the tornado warning, that's in Allendale County. Now, the time right now is 4:10. The storm is just about to cross out of Allendale County and into Bamberg County. This is a confirmed tornado by the National Weather Service and observed in Allendale, very likely by the Municipal Police Department or Sheriff's Office. So this is the storm that we're watching right now. And let me pause this for one moment. Oops. You see this very, very pronounced hook. This little round thing right here, that's called a tornado debris signature. That is not where the tornado is. The tornado is this little cut opening right above it. That's where the tornado is. That tornado debris signature, that's where it's showing all the debris that's being lifted up into the sky and is being spun around by the tornado. So I'm going to move this very slowly, and you can see the evolution as it crosses right over Allendale, the city itself, and as it continues to move its way towards Ulmer. Now, I want to take a look at the velocity because it is, folks, this is still a very strong storm. In fact, let me zoom out a little bit more. You can see the different colors, but when we zoom in very, very closely, have you heard anything indicated from the National Weather Service, either from GSP or CAE, on the town of Sycamore?
I have not yet. We are seeing some video on Twitter right now of the tornado on the ground outside of Allendale.
So there is a visual confirmation that we have right now.
But as for Sycamore, I haven't seen anything.
So you can see how this is spinning, and meteorologist Corey Smith is already seeing on Twitter information of a visually confirmed tornado. But again, this is where the position is right now. So here's Bamberg County, here's south central Orangeburg County, here's the storm. And again, it is moving to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. And let me just make sure that it hasn't deviated. So yeah, it looks like it's still riding right along the same trajectory. So this is what we're going to be watching since it's riding right along 301. So from that position, let me put a track on it. So this is where it is right now. And let's just extend this a little bit more. So here's the current trajectory. Folks, I'm sorry, I just realized I was talking, I mentioned a county in the upstate. Not 96, sorry folks, 66, my apologies. So again, this is the area that we're looking at right over the Bamberg-Orangeburg County line. Somewhere between 4:40 to 5 o'clock, it should be getting right along the county line. So you need to take your tornado precautions right now in this area of Bamberg and extreme south central Orangeburg County. The tornado warning goes until 5 o'clock, but we can see just on velocity alone that this has not lost its punch at all. And you can see the discolorations from green and red circulating as it crossed through Allendale, now moving through Sycamore. Now, the one thing about these type of tornadoes, there's a definition called cyclic. The storms intensify, they become robust. They're actual confirmed tornadoes, and then they start falling apart. They cycle up again. So we may be in a phase where it may be falling apart now, but it may cycle back up into a tornado. But nevertheless, other than the confirmed tornado emergency that we have over Allendale and the tornado emergency warning that still continues through eastern portions of Allendale County, now approaching Bamberg County, treat it as if the tornado is still there. Again, for those of you who are just joining us now, this is what we currently have. At this time, we've got a tornado emergency. It was a tornado emergency, but now it's a tornado warning. Still, this is for portions of extreme eastern Allendale, southern central Bamberg, and extreme south central Orangeburg County until 5 o'clock. So another 45 minutes. National Weather Service has already confirmed a very large and destructive tornado that went through the town of Allendale, now going through Sycamore and Allendale County. It is about to cross over into Bamberg. So everyone who's in the area of south central Orangeburg County should now be taking tornado precautions. Even though that this may cross over about 5 o'clock, we've got 45 minutes, so you need to stay extremely weather aware because we've already got a confirmation of a tornado that has occurred from this cell. We also have a tornado watch. Oops, wrong one. Same one, folks, I just don't want to have just individual counties. So this tornado watch covers Saluda, Lexington, Saluda, Lexington, Richland, Sumter, Clarendon, Calhoun, and Orangeburg County until 9 o'clock. This is what it's all looking at right now. Here's all the storms that are moving through, and I've taken off the lightning so we can actually see what's been happening just over the last hour. We had a significant line of very strong thunderstorms with a ton of lightning that is already moving through the eastern portions of the Midlands. We had original tornado warnings in portions of Newberry and extreme southwestern Orangeburg and into Aiken counties. Those expired about 45 minutes ago. We now have a secondary line that is moving through, causing torrential rainfall and very gusty winds, as well as that tornado warning. All of this continues to move to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. And as far as the intensification of these storms, we still have a cluster of very strong and tornadic storms moving through central and southwest Georgia. All of this continues to move up, and these storms, as we continue to track it, this is the concern that we have over the next 4.5 hours or so, because we have these line of storms that we're getting right now. There is a second line after the break. This second line on the northern extension is already moving through the upstate and now crossing over the central Savannah River area. There's the strongest one that's moving to southwest Georgia is generally moving east-northeast. This may impact portions of the extreme southern Midlands and the low country, but this is what we're watching right now. The secondary line that's going to be crossing over within the next hour. We also got, we got a new warning. Let me get this up here. Yep, there it is. And let me get this out of the way. We just got issued a flood advisory, and let me get that up here. So this is from all the rain that we're getting. Yep, they haven't put it up yet. Still waiting. Have you gotten it yet?
No, but the National Weather Service is saying that they're saying there is an aerial flood advisory for
There it is.
Aiken, Edgehill, Fairfield, Lexington, Newberry, Richland, and Saluda counties until 6:15 p.m.
Okay. Folks, my apologies about all the noise. That's all the rain that's clobbering us here at the station. So this is the latest that we have. Oops. The National Weather Service has issued an aerial flood advisory. So it's a flood advisory nevertheless. And this is going to cover a good portion along and west of I-77 in Fairfield County, all of Newberry, all of Saluda, the northern half of Edgefield, a good portion of far northwestern Lexington, so basically west of Lake Murray, and then the entire Columbia metropolitan area of Lexington and Richland counties. This includes extreme southwestern Kershaw and then central and lower Richland counties. This is what they're talking about. And just to show you how much rainfall, and if you can hear it, not only in my microphone, but obviously you can hear it from outside. It is pouring cats and dogs, and here is, oh, that's not what I wanted. Here's how much rainfall that we've gotten so far. And conservatively, this is quite a bit. Let me get rid of this, and rainfall. So you can see just out of this event alone how much rainfall we've already gotten. Airport officially is now at just a little bit under 1.5. In fact, let me swap over to that. A little bit under 1.5. Downtown, now downtown area, we all know that area in Eugene and Whaley always floods, but a little bit under 1 3/4. Winsboro, a little bit over 1.5 inches. North, almost 1 inch. That's going to be going up because all of this rain, whoops, I went to the wrong one, my bad. All of this rain still continues to move through, and all of this rainfall is going to continue. This rainfall is going to continue, and just putting a loop over the last hour, 45 minutes to an hour, you can see all the heavy rainfall is in the central and eastern portions of the Midlands. The western half of the Midlands, there is breaks right now. So if you're in Lexington County, it's like, oh, the rain's let up. Well, not for long. There is a torrential amount of rainfall that, let me switch this over to another radar. There we go. See all this heavy rainfall? All of this is still heading our way. So Newberry, Saluda, Lexington, Aiken counties, the rain may be tapering off a little bit for most of you, but there's a lot more rainfall coming through. And as we indicated yesterday, this was very likely going to be, first and foremost, a damaging wind event, second of all, a potential tornadic event, and third of all, a big old rain event. And unfortunately, that's what we're dealing right now.
It's looking like that storm's starting to cycle again.
It's starting to cycle?
Yeah, it's starting to develop a hook again.
Oh yeah, there it is. See this, folks? Here is a hook. Let's put this storm into motion from when it first started in Allendale. Before I do that, I want to make sure that we have this up so everybody sees why I'm showing this. 30 minutes. Here was the storm, and you can see that hook. In fact, let me stop it right there. You can see the hook of where they declared this as a tornado emergency as it approached Allendale. Now watch its trajectory, and I'm going to move this slowly. As it moved through Allendale, confirmed tornado, notice as it's getting through Sycamore and Ulmer, it's falling apart. And I said about 10 minutes ago that it may be cycling. Here's where it's starting to pronounce another hook again. And when I look on the velocity to tell us where it is, you can see the bright colors. Now, it is still a very powerful tornado complex that is moving through. The National Weather Service is going to continue this as a tornado warning until 5 o'clock. And let me get rid of all this here. So you notice there's a little bit of a segment that's not blinking, and then this one, this is the tornado warning that they're moving through. So let us update this now. So it's 4:23, folks. This is heading into the area it's now in Bamberg and now heading into Orangeburg County. It's moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So here is the storm right over Earhart, and I'm going to put this as the trajectory. All right, at this point, for all of you along the Orangeburg-Bamberg County line, Clear Pond, 345, that's in Bamberg. In Orangeburg, Branchville, 448, Roseville, 508, Bowman, 518. If you live anywhere along Columbia Road, Highway 21, and on each side of it, going along to about the cross of Columbia Road, Highway 21, and number 4, and then Charleston Highway, heading towards Bowman, and then just over into the county line. You need to take your tornado precautions right now. For those of you on 301 around Cope, even though the tornado warning is not part of you, if you live anywhere from Cope to say Cordova, go ahead and be prepared, because even if we do not have the tornado heading in your area, you're going to have a ridiculous amount of strong winds gusting in excess of 60 miles an hour that's going to be heading into your area. But that's what we're watching right now. So again, this is the defined storm that we're looking at, where the hook is already starting to cycle up again. It was very junky. It looked like it was falling apart, but now we've got another hook that's showing. You got something, Corey?
Oh yeah, so the Storm Prediction Center is coming out with a new discussion pretty much about this area where the supercell is. This is where they're going to be focusing from this area towards the central portions of South Carolina and then out towards the coast for supercell and tornado development here over the next 1 to 2 hours. So if we're going to see anything, probably in this area that we're already seeing some of these stronger storms.
Okay. This is the original discussion that the Storm Prediction Center had. They haven't updated it yet. But what we're watching is this very strong line of storms that is starting to move more towards the east. So this back end stuff may affect portions of extreme southern Midlands, but definitely be affecting the low country. Let's go back to our storms once again. And for those of you who are joining us, again, we've got a tornado watch still remaining in effect for the central and southern the central and southern 2/3 of the Midlands until 9 o'clock. We currently have a tornado warning that includes Orangeburg. I say includes because here's the storm right now. About, what time was it? Recall what time that original tornado warning went out?
I can pull that up.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it here.
That out around 3:15.
Yeah, about 3:15. So a little bit over an hour ago, the National Weather Service issued a tornado emergency for the city of Allendale. You can see all the lightning that is associated with this storm. The reason why I'm saying a lot of lightning is that there's lightning ahead of the storm, there's lightning behind the storm. The storm right now is in extreme southern Bamberg County in Earhart. We've already confirmed from them that there is hail the size of quarters to maybe $half size.
We might be seeing another debris
Up
signature
in
form with
Darlington.
that.
Yeah, I saw that. So we already have hail confirmed of at least a quarter size, so about an inch size, if not larger hail. We've already gotten confirmation of destructive winds in association with the tornado, and very destructive. It is cycling up again. Orangeburg County, you are under the warning, but it is not near you yet. In fact, the heavy rainfall is just starting in Branchville and then soonly approaching areas around 66. Then we've got the cell itself that is moving to the northeast. The time frame we're looking at right now being 4:20, about to turn 4:28. If you live anywhere along the county line of Orangeburg and Bamberg County and points on either side by about 10 miles, you have about 15 minutes to 20 minutes, 15 to 30 minutes before the actual circulation of the tornado is upon you. So this is the storm that we're looking at right now, and I'll put that into motion over the last 30 minutes. The storm motion is at 35 miles an hour, and all indications that it's still moving pretty much northeast. So here's the polygon, the area that has been warned for the tornado warning. This is start making its way up, and as it continues, we're going to start noticing the stronger winds in Branchville within the next 5 minutes. We're going to start noticing the heavy rainfall and the winds start kicking up in the areas of Roseville to 66, all the way out to just to the west and southwest of Bowman. So if you live in this area, anywhere east of Cope, west of Wetzel, and then from Roseville and points south all the way down 21, you should be already preparing your tornado precautions right now as the storms moves through. Let's take a look what we have overall. So again, these are the only warnings we have, watches and the warnings we have right now. Corey, take a look at that one that just popped up in Greenwood.
Yes.
So let's move over to here. So I say Greenwood, why? The Midlands is not in, the Greenwood's not in the Midlands, but it's right on the edge of Saluda County. So here's the warned storm, and let me pull this information up because I'm pretty sure people in far western portions of Saluda and northwest Newberry County would have some interest of why is there a warned storm there. So let's see, it's moving, wow, it's moving fast. Northeast at about 50 miles an hour, so it's still in Greenwood County. Let's take a look at the velocity. So there it is. It's in Kursky right now. And if that's moving, let's see if it's actually moving at 50 miles an hour. I mean, it's moving a little bit more to the northeast. So let me switch that back. So this is the storm that is currently warned. And let me just put the information on that. So that is a tornado warning, and it is moving to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So here's the storm. If it holds its current trajectory, again, Newberry, southwest Newberry, and far western Saluda counties, you are not, I repeat, not under the tornado warning. But that storm is over Kursky right now. So if it continues its trajectory, it's going to get into the area on western Saluda, extreme western Saluda County, north of Columbia Highway, probably in about 15 to 20 minutes. And then extreme southwestern portions of Fairfield, Newberry County, probably in about 20 to 25 minutes. So this we are watching very carefully. Again, these are the storms that we're dealing with right now. And we'll go back to the Orangeburg storm, and let's zoom in here to how this storm is looking. So this again is still a tornado warning, and this is now approaching the areas of Orangeburg County. So here's the storm. The storm center right now is about 4 miles to the north of Earhart and just to the east of 601. So this is the trajectory it's going through right now. And again, Orangeburg County, you're under the tornado warning, but it is not physically there yet. Although you can see there's a lot of rainfall that's now coming down in from pretty much Roseville all the way down through Branchville. Let me take a look at the velocities. Folks, if this wasn't any more of an indication that it is cycling back up, look at the bright colors. On one side, you've got bright red and almost yellow. This is spinning in this direction. Yep, that's not what I wanted. Let me fix that. The winds here are spinning counterclockwise. The green is spinning clockwise. This is the area that we're watching right now as it continues to spin. And let me clean this up, and let me just do a loop of this, because this is what we've been watching as it's made its way over the last 45 minutes of how it spins up, falls apart. So we can see it's spun up. You can see the bright colors as it crossed through Allendale. It started to fall apart as it got towards Ulmer And now, as it's crossing into areas just around Earhart in Bamberg County, it is starting to cycle up again. So again, we're going to continue that as a tornado warning for Orangeburg County. And let me move this out of the way. So that's the storm right now, located just to the north of Earhart along 601, continuing to move to the northeast at 25 miles an hour. The tornado warning continues until 5 o'clock, and this is the direction. So in these areas that we're watching, again, we're looking at Branchville right around 5 o'clock, 66, and let me put Branchville at 4:59, and we put Bowman about 4:56, and then 66 at 5:03. Sandy Run on the northeast tail end at about 5:14. But this is a storm right now. It is approaching Orangeburg County. It hasn't gotten there yet. So this is, again, what we're watching very carefully. Corey, have you seen anything as of yet? If you can go ahead and use your pointer and tell me what's going on.
Yeah, so right now what we're looking at is really just that same cell down that moved out of Allendale County. One thing in the recent scans that we've seen, we've been talking about the rotation. We can see debris on this product, which is called correlation coefficient. It was just north of Earhart here, or Earhart, becoming a little bit less defined. So maybe this tells us it's not really on the ground, or not as strong at least. It could still be on the ground, but maybe not as strong as what it was maybe just a couple minutes ago. But that's the area we're watching right now for a tornado on the ground. Of course, if we switch this over to the reflectivity, so seeing what the rain looks like, this is still a very well-defined hook and a very I would say classic looking supercell. So with that being said, this is a serious storm. It's continuing to move towards Orangeburg County, and that's why we have the warning out until 5 p.m. here. Let me go ahead and pull that up. But you can see, in my mind, this is still a pretty dangerous storm, even though we're seeing things relax a little bit. It's still something that we need to keep an eye on.
And the National Weather Service is now indicating that the tornado is tightening up, which means it is intensifying. And if that's the case, then that storm that we're watching very carefully should be crossing over into Orangeburg County, like I indicated, right around 5 o'clock. So with that being said, once this storm gets a little bit closer to the Orangeburg-Bamberg County line, it would not surprise me at all that since this particular tornado warning expires at 5 o'clock, that they will very likely expand this. So if they do expand this, and I'm just going to move this out of the way, this is where it ends at 5 o'clock. If they're going to expand, if they're going to continue it, since they're saying that it is tightening up, then very likely we will have an extension or a new warning for portions of Orangeburg County that'll move from pretty much Bowman to the area around Wetzel, extending to Santee, mainly just to the area in extreme southern portions of Calhoun County. But this is the area that we're watching. So if this is, and I say if because they have not done it yet, but if there is an extension of this tornado warning, then what we're very likely looking at is going to be, at least for Orangeburg County, somewhere in this area from the crossroads of the interstate, just south of Wetzel, and then areas towards Santee and Vance, possibly towards Orangeburg, and then everything really from I-26, Russell Street, and then all points down into I-20. But this is the warned storm right now. And let's take a look at what it looks like on velocity, because
I just want to point out too, there's another cell forming near Allendale again that might need to be watched here. It hasn't tightened up, but
yeah,
like the Storm Prediction Center said, this is going to be the area to watch, I think, as we go throughout the next hour, hour and a half.
Folks, I can tell you right now that, let me not mince words. If you live anywhere here along 21 Columbia Road, south all the way up to Roseville, and then anywhere east of 301 from Cope, this entire area along 210, along and north of number 4, all the way to Bowman, this entire area, you need to take your tornado precautions right now. This is a very ugly looking signature, very, very bright colors, and this bright color is telling me one thing and one thing only. Not only is it cycling, but it is considerably strong. Here's the winds going in counterclockwise motion. This is the spin right now. And let me get rid of this and just look at what it's done over the last 30 minutes. You can see how, as it's approaching Earhart, it's still bright colors. It doesn't look very strong, but now this last scan is showing that it is definitely intensifying. Let me switch over to a different product.
And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning out for that cell over Allendale now, so
Okay.
we'll need to watch that for potential development as well. This would, of course, move over a pretty similar area. So those being impacted by this cell, another one looks like coming in behind it.
By the way, have you seen anything from the National Weather Service? Forgive me for using vernaculars that don't make any sense. Have they gone into sales yet?
Not yet.
Would you mind sending them a message and asking me if they're going into sales?
Yeah.
The National Weather Service has got the most incredible technology. The radars, as you can see that radar beam that's moving around, the radar beam goes in 360 degrees and keeps on going, rotating and rotating. What it also does is that the radar not only rotates around, but it also continues to tilt from as low as it can all the way up, almost about 40 degrees. What that does, it takes a three-dimensional picture of what's going on in the atmosphere. But the difference in heights are like maybe a degree or two in each interval. They have something called sails, and what that does is it makes in-between slices. So instead of getting a total of 8 different heights, now they can get about 16 different heights. So I'm checking to see if they're doing that, because this is definitely a very large storm. Okay, let me get this information up.
They just continued the tornado warning. National Weather Service it has extended, or at least continued, Bamberg and Orangeburg County until 5 p.m. They say there's a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado 7 miles north of Paget's or 10 miles southeast of Bamberg, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour.
Okay, folks, if you live in Orangeburg County, Roseville, Branchville, Bowman, along 301, you need to take your tornado precautions now, because this is the storm that Corey was just emphasizing. And let me get specificity on it now. Okay, here's a storm. Here's a storm where it's located. So just in this area, well, actually, it's right over here. It's moving to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. It is 440. This should be getting very close to the county line in the next 10 minutes, maybe 15. But still, you're talking very close to Branchville. We already have a confirmed tornado when it landed in Allendale. We are now getting growing concerns. Not only is it strengthening, but it may have become a tornado again on the ground. Let's see. Okay, so they're very concerned that this is going to become not only a tornado warning, but a confirmed second tornado within the same storm cell. So you need to take your tornado precautions right now. Roseville all the way out to Bowman. Branchville, 66, east of Cordova and east of Cope. This area, you need to go ahead and take your tornado precautions right now. Because it's heading in your direction, let me put a track on this, and still moving at 35 miles an hour. So it may have actually picked up speed. So let's put this right here. So yeah, I said 5, make it earlier. Branchville, less than 10 minutes. 66, about 10 minutes. Sandy Run, about 5:05, Bowman, 5:10. Here's the trajectory. Here comes the storm. It's only about maybe 5 miles away from the county line. Here's something else that the National Weather Service has indicated. So that's one storm that we're watching. We have now other storms, and let me switch back here. We have other storms that are now crossing over the central Savannah River area. Here's our tornado warning for Bamberg and Orangeburg County. Here's all the storms that are moving through the eastern half of the Midlands. But notice we got a tornado warning in eastern Greenwood County. There's a tornado warning right now just along I-20 in eastern Georgia. All this is moving to the northeast. And let me just pull this out a little bit more. Actually, let me just do it this way. This would make more sense. Tornado warning Greenwood, tornado warning Orangeburg and Bamberg County. A severe thunderstorm warning, another one in Allendale that we're watching that may turn tornadic. Scores of severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings in east central, southeast, and southern central portions of Georgia. All of this, as you can see how they're positioned, they're all moving to the northeast, anywhere between 25 to 40 miles an hour. So we maybe have our activity now, but there's more activity that's just on the other side of the Savannah River that is going to be approaching the southwestern and southern portions of our Midland communities, and no doubt into the low country. So again, a lot of stuff that we're going to be watching. And in fact, speaking of Allendale, so here's that severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, it's starting to look on velocity. It's starting to tighten up. That would be a storm I'd start to be a little bit more concerned about. Of course, no tornado warning, but with that kind of look, I wouldn't be surprised if we see something.
And keep in mind that the trajectory is almost similar to our current tornado warning. So that's what we're moving through right now. Let me get a little bit specific here with some of these storms and see what we're actually experiencing. Let me get rid of this for a moment. All right. Velocity. Velocity is the actual wind speed. Now, I'm using the radar that's out of Charleston because I want to see as close as possible. This is the tornadic signature that we're watching, but how windy is it getting? Well, in Branchville, 38 mile an hour winds, right along the county line, heading towards 66, 37 mile an hour winds. These may be a little bit higher, but bottom line is that along and getting into Orangeburg County, sustained winds are about 30 to 35 miles an hour, and we could see gusts of over 45 as it continues to move through. When we look at the tornadic storm itself, you can see how bright the colors are, indicating that storm motion. Again, the green going counterclockwise, the red going clockwise. And the winds associated with this storm, let's see, oops, get back there, 30, near 50, 20, 50. And the one thing that we look at also would be something called correlation coefficient. Correlation coefficient tells us that when the color gets brighter in a really specific area, that means that debris is being thrown up into the air, and that's what we look for when it comes to correlation coefficient. We'll look at the radar right now and get rid of the lightning. So here's our storm. Not as much of a well-defined hook on reflectivity. Reflectivity is just picking up the rain. And we're not seeing a very well-defined, although, see this little opening here in the colors? That's an inflow notch. The winds, and let me do this a little bit better, in a tornadic storm, what we're looking at is the winds that are getting funneled into the tornado, and then on the back end, we got winds that are coming around the thunderstorms. And all of that feeding into that little notch. This appendage here, this may be a little bit more of outflow, meaning that the thunderstorms that are on the back end or the southern end of the tornado are actually pushing out a lot faster. But nevertheless, that little appendage, watch what we do when we look at the velocity, which is the wind speed. That's where the notch is, and you can see very strong winds right now crossing into Orangeburg County. Those winds is flowing into that inflow notch, and these winds are wrapping back around. All of that is exactly what we're looking for tornado signature. And when we look at the velocity along with its storm motion, very well-defined circulation. The green coming around, the red coming around as well. So there is a circulation. So let's put a more of a centralized area here. Here's our storm. It's just crossing over 61 in Bamberg. It's approaching 78, and as it approaches, we should already be feeling the winds picking up in Branchville. So it's going to go right in here. Okay, we already know that. Okay, immediate tornado precautions. If you haven't done it, your neighbors, call them up and let them know they should be taking their tornado precautions. So this is the entire area. Immediately, at least over the next 15 minutes, Branchville, DeRange, Lambrick, Sandy Run 66, crossing over to areas just to the west of Canaan, this entire area. Columbia Road, Highway 21, going around 210 and split of 78. This entire area, you should be in your tornado precautions at this time. Let's see, and we're very likely going to have a new tornado warning. So either a new tornado warning or an extension of the tornado warning for the storm that is approaching Branchville. So Branchville, please be in your tornado shelter right now or in lowest level. Let me say this real quickly because a lot of people are like, wait, where should I go? In this entire area where we're about to get a new tornado warning, if you live in an apartment or a 2-story home, get to the lowest floor, get in the middle of your apartment or house. Doesn't matter whether it's the pantry, kitchen, what you're wanting to do is be in the middle of the house and put as many walls around you, so this way anything that's flying around outside, you have as many walls around you to protect yourself. If you live in an apartment, go downstairs to the first floor, see if a neighbor is there. Do not stay in the breezeways. The winds pick up in that area. All right, kids, don't tell me that it sounds a little bit nutty, but do this. Softball, baseball, bicycle, any kind of helmet you want. Boys, if you got your football helmet, stick it on your brain. Put any kind of helmet on your head right now to protect yourself. Got any gloves? Put on your gloves. No flip-flops, no Crocs. Put something on your feet. Sneakers, boots, something that is sturdy. So you're covering your hands, you're covering your feet, and you're covering your head. Do that right now, and then get into your safe spot. If you're going to be in the bathroom, get into the tub and see if you can pull something over your head, but you want to cover yourself with as many things as possible. This storm, for all intents and purposes, is over Branchville right now, so you should already be in there in your tornado precautions in Branchville. Corey and producers and newsroom, if we hear anything about tornado sirens or any damages that are coming on, please relay that to us so we can send that over. Here is the tornadic signature. This is going to update in about 1, 2, 3. This is going to be updating in about 2 minutes. Here's the signature. What it's probably going to be in the next signature is going to be right here. That's going to be on the south side of Branchville. So you should already be in your tornado precautions. This is the area that we're watching as it continues to move through. Now, I'm not going to show it now, but the National Weather Service is also watching that original storm that Corey was talking about in Allendale. That's a severe thunderstorm warning that's likely going to be another tornado warning for Allendale and Bamberg. So behind this one, southwest by about 15 miles, we have another very likely tornadic storm developing that may be moving in the same area. So we're watching this very carefully. You should already be in your tornado precautions. And going to the overall picture, again, yep, there's the new tornado warning. So it's finally come out. So let's switch over to that one. And so this is the new tornado warning. So there is where it is. All right, and okay. There's the new tornado warning. National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning. Where'd it go? Okay, this is a new tornado warning. This is now going to cover extreme southwestern, so basically just to the west of Lake Marion, extreme southwestern portions of Clarendon County, central and central eastern Orangeburg County, and again, still covering Bamberg County. This is a radar indicated tornado. It is moving at about 35 miles an hour, and at this time, it has the capability of producing a tornado. This is its location. It is, let me get that back. What did they say? It's currently located right over Branchville. It's right over Branchville right now. So Branchville, you should already be taking your tornado precautions. And here is Branchville. Here's the direction that it's going. This goes for an hour. So let me put an hour track on there. So Branchville, you should be using your tornado precautions already. Lambrick, you should already be taking your tornado precautions. It'll be at you at 5:03. Same with Bowman, 5:11. Holly Hill, you're talking about 5:33. And then all the way out to Utahville, 5:42. So if you're in Branchville, 66, Bowman, Lambrick, crossing over into the areas, Wetzel, you're in there as well. Wetzel puts you at about, let's say, 5:09. So Wetzel, and then notice how this is going to be coming across I-26 all the way up into the areas around Santee. So Santee, Vance, you should be in your tornado precautions right now. You should get up into your area of Santee and Vance. Some of the ballpark of about 5:30 to 5:40. Utahville, then 5:42. And this
we just got another tornado warning for that Allendale cell now.
Okay.
Behind, so that is now tornado warned as well.
Okay, so let me save this.
That includes Bamberg County, but not Orangeburg County at this point. That's going to be only the cell out to the east.
Okay, so let me save this here. So again, we've got the tornado warning that's covering Orangeburg County and extreme southwestern portions of Clarendon County. That severe thunderstorm warning that was in Allendale is now a tornado warning. So this is, without showing the radar, all you need to see is all the warnings. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings and 1 severe thunderstorm warning. This is in a line of continuing storms, and that's what we need to be watching. So as we go through all of these warnings, we'll go through the nearest one first, and that will be this one here. This is the new tornado warning. This is going to be for Calhoun. Oops, I put in the wrong thing here. Sorry, folks. Let me clear that up and do it again. So here's the first one. This is going to be for Clarendon, Orangeburg, and Bamberg County. This is radar indicated tornado warning. Goes until 5:45. Then we go further down. This is from the original storm, and this is the warning on the back end. So this is going to be for Orangeburg, and then the extreme northeastern portions of Bamberg County. That one will expire, and then this one will take it over. And then we have a new tornado warning, and this is the one that we're going to need to watch in the next hour or so. And let me do it this way. So here's the new tornado warning. This is a tornado warning. It's radar indicated, not confirmed as on the ground, but it's going to be just east of Allendale. It runs until 5:15, so this particular trajectory goes just to the northeastern portions of Allendale County. So this is something we're going to watch to see if it actually cycles back up and continues. So sometime around 5:15, we'll find out if this is going to be heading towards us. But that is not a concern right now. The concern we have is this storm. And actually, I'm glad that I pulled this up here because there is a colossal amount of lightning that's coming out of these storms. So you do not want to be out in these storms right now. Just out of Orangeburg County alone, we've got 90 lightning strikes, and they're all from Bowman to Branchville. This entire area is just getting clobbered with torrential rainfall and the lightning. There's our tornado warning. Let me move this up just a little bit. Its position is probably right about there. So Bowman, you have about 10 minutes. Wells, 5:28. Santee, 5:34. And Corey, what do you got?
I do want to point out we're starting to see some rotation develop near St. Matthews. Nothing warned right now, but starting to at least a little bit more impressive on radar. This might be something that we need to watch here in the coming minutes. So we'll keep you up to date if we get a warning on that, but I think that look right there on radar, not great.
No, you're right. It's right over St. Matthews. So, and it's a tail end.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and throw this out there. If you live in central and really central portions of Calhoun County. So from St. Matthews going up 601, Lone Star, heads up because this may be tracking a little bit more to the northeast. But anywhere from St. Matthews along and east of 601, and then all the way up until you get to the Congaree River. Be aware that there's a very strong storm that's moving into that area, and just by the wind profile, you see, we got the green that's spinning this way, the red spinning around. This is the area. Let me put this on a motion and see what it looks like. So it comes across, and the storm motion may be more northeast, so pretty much more towards Lone Star. But nevertheless, this is something we're going to be watching. It is not a warned storm, but nevertheless, it is one that we are watching. The other storm, again, that we continue to watch is this tornado warned storm. And let me get rid of all of this because my most concern right now is where it's currently located. So here is the storm. It is just to the northeast of Branchville by about 2 miles. This little appendage, let's see what it looks like on velocity. That's pretty strong. Okay. This is a different velocity progress. This is called storm relative velocity, so it takes into account for its motion as well. Here's where it is right now. So as this continues to move, it is noticeably strong, and the radar just disseminated on me. So give me 1 second. Let me fix that. All right, give me 1 second, folks. All right, back to velocity. Here's the storm right now. I'm going to zoom in as close as I can. All right, here's the storm. It's going to be pretty much on the southeast or eastern side of Branchville along 78. If you live anywhere in this area of 210, Lambrick, Sandy Run, Bowman, along 178, and eventually Wetzel, this entire area right along the county line, and everything between 210 and the county line, you should have already been taking your tornado precautions right now. Here's the circulation, and let me see how if this clears up any. Well, it's a lot junky, but the position of the tornado is going to be somewhere in here. So again, in between 210 and the county line, you should go ahead and take your tornado precautions. And what did we get over here? Give me 1 second. Okay, good. Let us go up to Calhoun County real quick. Let me get rid of all this. Okay, here's the storm that we were talking about. This looks a little, unfortunately, interesting. You had winds that are actually being forced in from the north, heading south, and you got winds on the back end that are curling around. And that is what we call a circulation. And that circulation, let's see, it's putting it, okay, so it's just to the southwest of Singleton. There's the Lone Star. Totnes is just behind me. Here's the circulation. It's going up 601. So with that being said, if you live anywhere along the Congaree River or the Watery River, along McCord's Ferry Road, anywhere east of this, take a precaution right now. This is not a warned storm, but there are very strong winds associated with this, and it is moving to the northeast rather quickly. And this is the storm that we're watching. So if you live anywhere along 601, Congaree River, Watery River, and then extreme western portions of Sumter County, extreme southern portions of Richland County, and of course, the north central portions of Calhoun County, start taking precautions because this may be an actual spin-up that's developing. We haven't really gotten any confirmation yet, but nevertheless, that is what we're watching. Now, let me show you a little notification that we got. This area that's in white, so this covers extreme southwestern Saluda County, Edgefield all the way down. We got wind gusts associated here of 55 miles an hour. So be aware of that line. Now we're going to go to Calhoun County. Calhoun County, you are now under a tornado warning. National Weather Service is issuing a tornado warning. This is going to be for Calhoun, extreme southern lower Richland, extreme southwestern and southern Sumter, extreme western Calhoun County. This is the area right now that is being warned. And again, we've been telling you this for about 15 minutes now. This is possibly going to turn into a tornadic storm. And let me pull this up. All right. Let me do a little bit better than that, folks. My apologies. All right, here it is. National Weather Service is issuing a tornado warning for this entire area. Here's lower Richland, Calhoun, extreme western Sumter, extreme western Clarendon, and then southern portions, south central portions of Sumter County. This goes until 5:45. There is that cell that is over St. Matthews has the capable of producing a tornado, and it's moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. So here's the storm cell, and let's see, 5:45, so right about there. It's over St. Matthews now. It's 5:24. It's going to be riding along 601. Fulton School, 5:24. Pinewood, Sumter County, 5:30. Privateer, Sumter County, 5:38. Lakewood High School, extreme southern Sumter County, 5:44. And then Millwood Gardens at 5:26. If you live in the areas between Totnes and Lone Star, Singleton, northeast of St. Matthews, along 601, the tornado, it is not a confirmed tornado, but it has the capability of producing a tornado moving to the almost east-northeast, crossing over into the area of the Lake Wateree and, the Wateree and the Congaree River into areas of Calhoun, Lower Richland, and Sumter counties, and then continuing through. It's moving at 35 miles an hour, and we did get at least information about 5 minutes ago that over the town of St. Matthews that a storm spotter did report a funnel cloud. Again, a funnel cloud, it's a tornado that looks like a tornado that's about to come down, but it hasn't reached the ground yet. A funnel cloud is not on the ground. A tornado is. So we do not have confirmation of a tornado, but we do have confirmation of a funnel cloud, a spinning area mass that is trying to reach the ground. And that was in St. Matthews about 6 minutes ago. So here's the trajectory that we're looking at, and that also is intensifying. Let's go back to Orangeburg. I didn't want to forget about Orangeburg County. So here's the original storm that we had in Orangeburg, and there is a storm that they're updating. So bear with me a moment while I update that. And they continue. The tornado warning is a radar indicated storm. It was located right near Reesville. So they're right about there, just south of Bowman. And it's approaching St. George. It's moving 35 miles an hour to the northeast. So let me get a track on that one and put it right there. Okay, so we've got that. Wetzel, here we go again in less than 10 minutes. Wells, 528. Holly Hill, 533. Utahville, 541. Utah Springs, 546. Again, it's a radar indicated tornado that's moving to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. And take a look at how it actually looks on velocity. We can see here's where the storm is, just in that area. And let me just make sure that I don't have my wind profiles wrong. I have a little bit of a concern here because I've got one little circular, and actually, you know what? Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. Let me get a little bit close. I've got one circulation here in Bowman. I got another circulation here that is moving towards St. George. So I don't know if I've got two radar indicated storms that may turn tornadic or just one big one. But nevertheless, this entire area of Orangeburg County, from Bowman all the way up through Wetzel, you need to take your tornado precautions because that's what we're looking at right now. And as that storm continues to move, let's see. Yeah, those are the two storms we have. So again, we've got two storms that are moving through, and let me clean this up. So here's our storms. All right, and I'm gonna make these. Okay, so there's one and there's two. Okay, we've got two radar indicated tornado warnings. Radar indicated is not on the ground. And for those of you who are just joining us here on News 19, we've got two tornado warnings that are currently in progress in the Midlands. The first one was one that is just to the east of St. Matthews now. This one goes until 5:45. It includes northeastern Calhoun, southern portions of Sumter, extreme southeast portions of Richland, and then northwest portions of Clarendon County until 5:45. It's a radar indicated tornado warning. So we haven't gotten confirmation if there's a tornado, but it's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado with possibly maybe nickel-sized hail, and no doubt at least 50 to 70 mile an hour winds. A second one we have, and this is a track that we've been watching now for almost 2 hours. It's a tornado warning for Orangeburg and extreme southwestern Clarendon County. That goes until 5:45 as well. It's a radar indicated tornado from an original tornado emergency confirmed tornado that went through Allendale, the city of Allendale, about 3:19 this afternoon. Radar indicated hail right now about a nickel size. And let me get rid of all of this here so we can see what we got. Get rid of the tornado warnings. And I'm going to put this in motion just to see where everything has been occurring. Here's the tornadic storm that came out of St. Matthews. It developed and now continuing to move to the northeast. The original tornadic storm that came out of Allendale and Bamberg County, it's now pushing through areas of Orangeburg County located just to the south of Bowman. And the one thing that we are also looking at is for the Orangeburg storm. Notice a little zone here where there's not a lot of orange and red. This is circulating. And what we're looking for in this circulation is, give me 1 second, folks, I'm just checking on the information, is how this is spinning. So that's why that this is under a tornado warned storm. We just got another tornado warning. Oh, I might as well stay in Orangeburg. Okay, so here's a new tornado warning that includes Orangeburg County. So this is a storm that right now is in southern Bamberg County. So we've got a new tornado warning in. Let me pull that up for you. So this is the new storm that we have. Let me clear all this out. And just give me 1 second while I do. Nuts. This storm is ramping up. So here is the new tornado warning. It's for this cell here. National Weather Service has indicated a tornado warning. This will cover both Bamberg and southern Orangeburg County. It was located over Lodge, or about 14 miles south of Bamberg. So there's Bamberg, and there's a storm moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So let me put a quick track on that. It's not in Orangeburg County yet, folks, but considering how it's moving, it's something that we need to watch. And tracking at 35 miles an hour. So if this holds, at least over the next 30 minutes or so, it's going to get into Branchville about 3:59 and the range at about 5:46. But again, it's still in Bamberg County. The one that we need to watch, which is the one in Orangeburg County, is this one right here. Here's a storm located right at about, give about 2 miles to the southeast of Bowman. That's a storm that we currently have warned for 4 counties, and it's primarily right now in Orangeburg County, but the warning does cover, nevertheless, 4 counties. This is for Richland, I'll get back that here. I'm sorry, 2 counties, Clarendon and Orangeburg County. So here's the storm. It covers everything going along central portions of Orangeburg County all the way up to Santee, and then Utahville, Holly Hill, and Tugtown. Put a track on this one, and its position right now. We'll put it in the areas of Wetzel pretty much now. Wells at about 528, Vance at 536, Utahville at 541, and then Utah Springs at 546. We have a third one that was issued a little while ago, and this is the one that we're watching. And folks, if you live in Sumter County, I strongly suggest that you take your tornado precautions right now if you haven't done so. Let me just update this real quick. Yeah, I don't like the way that looks, but nevertheless, here's the storm right now. It's just crossed over into Sumter County, and let me get back to that one. There it is. This is tornado warning, and let me just save that. They've updated it here. Here we go. So this includes just a little portion of extreme southern portions of Richland County. So this is going to be McCord's Ferry as you get towards the Wateree and the Congaree River connection. Storm is now located in Sumter County. So if you're in areas of Calhoun County, just be aware that you still have very strong winds and a heavy rainfall and lightning that's moving through. But here's where the storm is right now. It is moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. It's located right over, and that's what I thought. It's located right over Poinsettia State Park, moving to the northeast. So let me put a track on this one in Sumter County, and I think it's moving a little bit more east-northeast. But never again. Fulton School, 519, Pinewood, 524, Privateer, 534, Lakewood High School, 539, and then Pacala Springs at 541. And for those of you who live south of Pacala Springs, really, if you live anywhere along Highway 15, south of Pacala Springs, you should be taking your tornado precautions already. But here is where the storm is, over Poinsettia State Park, moving to the northeast. So you should take your tornado precautions already now, because in this area alone, you only have about 15 to 25 minutes before it starts ramping up. We've got other storms that are firing up. In fact, let me switch over. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and let me just show you one thing. Do you see how all of this is one big orange line, orange area? This is one gigantic cluster of storms. So that's where we're going to go now. And let me switch over. So here are the storms. Sorry, got the wrong thing up. Here are all the storms that are moving through. And let me pull up, let me clear all this out and get the warnings for it. All right, there's the severe thunderstorm warning. Yep, this is the one we're going to have to watch. Let me get this. Let's just clear it up. Here's a storm, and this is the new one. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag possible. So another storm that has a capability of possibly producing a tornado. It was currently located, located in, it's still located in Edgefield, heading this way, heading towards Saluda. And this severe thunderstorm warning continues until 6 o'clock. So again, we've got a lot of activity. A lot of this is going on. The key thing that we have right now, Darcy and Andrea, is that This is only 5:17, and we have this going till at least 9 o'clock. So a lot of activity that we need to be watching very carefully, especially for the warnings that we have in western, eastern, and southern portions of our Midland communities.
Absolutely, Efren. Thank you so much. And News 19, of course, on your side with team coverage of the weather that's going on in our areas here in Richland County. Like Efren said, we are under a tornado warning until 5:45, especially southeastern Richland County.
We have seen a tremendous amount of rain across much of the Midlands. Efren has been talking about the tornadoes. This video, Rosewood and Gervais Street. We've got video all across Columbia. I believe this is near Dreer High School, the Dunkin' Donuts near Dreer High School.
This is the Dunkin' Donuts, and I used to live right next to this intersection, and it flooded very often. And as you can see there, I would literally always back up and go around because we tell people not to drive through water that is that high. It can be very dangerous, but that is literally right in front of Dreer High School at the intersection of Divine Street and going down Berkeley right there next to the Shandon Methodist Church. But lots of water pools in that area. It's a good thing the kids got sent home early.
And then we've got this video from outside of the State House. As you can see, again, lots of rain, lots of street flooding in areas that are prone to flooding. And as we've been following these strong storms across the Midlands, we see that they're moving from west to east. We know that there has been a confirmed tornado, and with that being said, we're continuing to look at damage reports. We're going to check in with Sheriff Lee Foster in just a couple of minutes because Newberry was one of those areas that was under the gun earlier today, but we're going to start our team coverage in Orangeburg County.
Yes, we are. That is where we know there is weather heading right now, so we want to start with Nija Hood, who is out showing us the latest conditions in Orangeburg. Nija, what are you seeing there?
It's been raining on and off all afternoon in Orangeburg County. I have noticed that some of the roads have started flooding, but at this point where I am in Orangeburg, right off of Highway 601, things have settled down. The rain has completely stopped so far, and the winds have calmed down as well. But County Administrator Harold Young is warning people to be mindful while driving on the roads. For Street Squad Orangeburg, Nija Hood, News 19 WLTX.
All right, here is some video right now from Orangeburg where you can see somebody was taking this from the passenger seat so that they could get it safely, but very heavy rain coming down, and this is going to be the situation, as we know, throughout most of the rest of the night. Really the best idea, we know schools were sent home early, and they were sent home early for a reason, so you don't have to be out trying to pick up the kids. It's best just to stay home and enjoy a little News 19 right now.
And in addition to that, you don't want the school buses out trying to navigate with kids on them in this kind of weather. We're going to continue our team coverage back here in Columbia. News 19's Eleanor Tabone is down in the 5 Points area, another area that is prone to flooding in this kind of weather.
We are in 5 Points this evening out at the front of TAP's Outpost, an art space for individual artists. And the back of the building has been severely hit by the rain we had earlier today. As you can see from the footage that you're now seeing on your screens, the back of the building has been covered and is filled with water as some of the staff members here are sweeping and trying to vacuum up that water to get things back to normal. But it's going to be a very long process for them as the water is just piled in at the back here. Now, we will continue to keep you updated out here in 5 Points as businesses like this one try and recover from that heavy rain we had earlier today. In Columbia, Eleanor Tabone, News 19 WLTX.
All right, thank you so much, Eleanor. We know 5 Points tends to be a very troubled area. A lot of stores there along Saluda closed early, but let's look out in Camden now, where this was the scene. And if you look closely there at the bottom of your screen, that water is rushing pretty quickly downhill there on these roads in Kershaw County, where they're seeing a significant amount of rain.
That's where we find News 19's Walker Lawson with more.
And good afternoon, guys. Yes, I'm here in downtown Camden. I'm located on West DeKalb Street, right near the Starbucks. And so far today, we are seeing quite heavy rain. It has been coming down pretty consistently for the last 3 hours, I would say. Once it started raining, it was light at times, but now it's been quite heavy, and you can probably hear it behind me as it's coming down. There's been quite significant puddling as well on the roadways. As I was driving around a minute ago, I saw a good amount of puddles. Some roadways Cars were pushing a lot of water to the side, so definitely a lot of rain has been coming down so far, and it has not stopped since I've been out here. There are still people out on the roadways. Cars are still out. There is one car backing in behind me here, but people are still out on the roadways. It doesn't seem like the weather has stopped anyone from being out traveling here in downtown Camden. But again, we're asking everyone to please stay safe and stay here for more coverage as we're going to be out here covering what's happening. Back to you guys in studio.
All right, thank you so much. Certainly we want you to stay safe and the people out in Kershaw County, Walker.
About 2 o'clock this afternoon, I got on the phone with Sheriff Lee Foster out of Newberry County because we were starting to get reports of damage. We were getting reports of the National Weather Service saying a radar indicated tornado. So Sheriff Foster, we've been talking for the last couple of hours. Thank you so much for joining us live. What are you seeing in your area now?
We are seeing extremely heavy rain and some moderate wind right now. It doesn't look like anything tornadic. Hadn't seen that lady on the bicycle that I saw earlier.
Yes, thank you.
Sheriff, according to our meteorology team here, at about 2:20, 2:30, there was a tornado near the airport. I don't know if you have had time to patrol that area, but do you see any damage there around the airport where they do know that there was a tornado?
I didn't see any damage. It was extreme rain and high winds that came through that area. It looked like it came from the Newberry-Lawrence-Greenwood line where it all comes together up there and then moves straight on across Newberry, right in the airport, the jail area, and then on to Whitmire. Newberry County EMS has an ambulance station there at the intersection of US 176 and South Carolina 121 at the Indian Creek Rifle Range. A lot of people in Columbia are familiar with that. They spotted a tornado on the ground there, but we do not have any damage reported.
Sheriff Foster, when we were talking earlier today, I know we had gotten some reports in from viewers who were concerned about something happening near the hospital, and you added some clarification when I talked to you about what they may have seen and what they thought they saw.
Well, they're in the process of replacing the roof on the hospital, and there's a lot of construction materials, and some of that seemed to have been maybe displaced around, but it's a lot of construction materials piled up in that area that they're using, but there was no damage to the hospital. We do know that the hospital, as well as all of our nursing home facilities, followed the protocol and protected their patients there. So it all went well. Newberry County schools had dismissed early, and it was a good thing because when the tornado allegedly came through, it would have been right in the middle of the time, but the buses would have been on the road. So it was a good call.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the same thing we were thinking and talking about here in the newsroom as the tornadoes moved through at like about 2:30. So that's when kids would have been on the school bus. But we know we've got lots of folks out in Newberry watching right now. If you could talk to your residents there, what advice would you give them tonight?
Well, for right now, it looks like this might last, maybe an hour or so. For right now, it would be preferable if they're at home, to stay at home. We've got a lot of street flooding right now, considerable amount of street flooding. And of course, I heard you mention earlier, turn around, don't drown. And, it'd be best if you just stay home and enjoy the comforts of your home, and you can watch it on television. Believe me, I was out in the middle of it when it came through, and it was quite intense. You don't want to be in a car when something like this happens.
No, yeah, I remember that because when I called you, you were pulling over because the rain was coming down so heavy. Now, have you had to call in deputies in order to try to mitigate this situation, or do you feel like the crew, the team, the staff that you have on the road right now can handle it and you don't need to bring anybody else in?
Well, we got a most excellent situation here. We got a lot of volunteers with the Fire and Rescue Service. They've been helping us. EMS, of course, was the one that spotted the tornado near Whitmire, and we were blessed that the school district released school, so we had school resource officers that would ordinarily have been in school during dismissal were actually out on the road helping us while we're there. We had a number of traffic accidents during the time of the height of the storm, and they were a big help to us as well.
All right, thank you so much, Sheriff Foster. You're a friend to News 19 and to Darcy and me. We appreciate you calling in. You stay safe out there. And
Thank you for checking on me. Thank you.
Absolutely. You know I'm always going to check on you. Thank you.
All right, and really quickly, make sure you send us your pictures of what's going on in your backyard. We want to see 803-776-9508, or you can post them to the Facebook News 19 Weather Watchers page.
We're going to turn things back over to Chief Meteorologist Efren Afonte as we continue to follow the severe weather moving through the Midlands.
Yeah, Lisa, let's first get a wrap-up of everything that's going on right now in our Midland communities. First, we have in the red, this is a tornado watch, and this is in effect right now for our Midland communities. This goes on until 9 o'clock. So this includes Saluda, Lexington, Richland, Sumter, Clarendon, Calhoun, and Orangeburg County. In addition to that, we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. So without putting any of the radar on yet, let me just quickly go through what we all have here. First, we have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible occurrence over here for Saluda County. This goes for another 32 minutes until 6 o'clock. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that is in, let me get it right here. Another severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Aiken, a little sliver of southwest Saluda County, and then central and southwestern Lexington County with another tornado tag possible moving through this area along I-20. Then we have this storm that we've been watching that I'll first go to and cover. This is the Orangeburg storm. And with one moment, let me clear this up. So here's the storm right now that still continues, and this is for primarily Orangeburg and Clarendon counties. And this storm, get that information up. So here's the radar indicated storm that goes for another 15 minutes. Its position right now, I'm going to say, is right around Vance, and it's moving at about 35 miles an hour. So if I take a look at the velocity, yep, there it is, right there. Now, it isn't as well defined, but it's still a tornado warning. So you should already take your tornado precautions in the areas, including Santee, Vance, Utah Springs, this area, as well as Holly Hill. This entire area is where the storm circulation is moving at about 35 miles an hour. So I put a track on this one, at least moving of where it is. It's going to be coming right over Vance in about 4 minutes. So again, anywhere along 310, 45, this area right here, you need to take your tornado precautions. That's a storm that we are watching. Another storm that we are also watching is one that is moving through the area of Sumter. And this storm, we've been watching very carefully. Corey, what's the latest information you have on this one that you're watching?
Yeah, Efren, I think some good news when we look at the radar, what's going on with this system. Not as defined on the reflectivity here. So this is showing the rain. We had a pretty defined hook a little while ago, a little bit more messy. So let's switch over to the winds and show you what's going on and talk about this morning, what we're currently seeing with this cell, because it has been working towards the east and is a little bit further north. In fact, it looks like let me go ahead and move that there. You can see right now just north of Pinewood towards Privateer, some of that circulation, not very well defined though, like we were seeing with some of those systems down to the south a little bit earlier, but it was enough that the National Weather Service pulled the trigger, put out the tornado warning. That continues to be out for Clarendon over towards Sumter counties right now. At this track of the storm, still something we need to be definitely watching closely, but a little bit weaker than what we saw earlier, which is definitely some good news. Now, just to the north, something that has my eye as well, you can see there's actually some rotation starting to develop near Sumter. And if we switch over to reflectivity, we can take a look at that cell as well as that continues to work towards the east here, because that looks like that could be something we need to watch here towards Sumter, maybe even Lee counties as we go throughout the next 15 to 20 minutes. It's looking like at least a supercell trying to develop here just north of this one that was warned for Sumter County. But notice here, and this is what I'm going to point out, this hook shape in the cell, and that's what we see when we see these storms start to rotate. We had that down south. a lot less clear here, but we are starting to see a little bit of rotation with that system as well. So Sumter County, you're going to need to be paying attention. We're not seeing anything indicating a tornado on the ground right now. Of course, that tornado warning continues to be out for Clarendon towards Sumter counties, but I think not as dire as what we were seeing down towards Orangeburg County, towards Allendale and Bamberg counties a little bit earlier on today. Still powerful storms, a lot of wind energy with this system, and it looks like the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center still continues to think these storms will be an issue as they continue to work across the viewing area. So we're going to keep you up to date with this, but I'm going to send it back to Efren for the latest on what's going on.
Sorry about that. And the key thing is that there's still a lot of activity. Now, we're first going to go to the storm that is moving through areas of Aiken and Lexington County. First, take a look at that real quick, because that's the storm that we've been watching pretty much as it develops. Now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tag on it. And the important thing about the tag is that it says tornado possible. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. The criteria is at least winds of 58 miles an hour plus and hail of 1 inch. But it is starting to cycle up, so that's what we're watching of it potentially becoming a tornadic cell. Based on the velocity of where it is, here's the position right now. Is just to the south of Monetta and just about to get into the area right along the Aiken-Lexington County line, and this is where it's moving. So this is one severe thunderstorm that we need to watch, as well as another severe thunderstorm that is in Saluda County. And let me get that information up. And, well, never mind. They've gone ahead and issued that as a tornado warning. So let me switch over to that storm, and that's going to be right there. So this is a new tornado warning, and my apologies about all the sirens going off, folks, but this is what we are covering. This is the new tornado warning. And let me, actually, you know what? Let me do it this way. Okay, so we now have a tornado warning. This is going to be for extreme northern Aiken, central, southern, southwestern Lexington, central, and portions of upper Richland counties. Again, Aiken, Lexington, and Richland counties are now under this tornado warning. And here is the cell. So this goes until 6:15. All right. And while I'm working on this cell, Corey, when I toss it to you, go ahead and cover the Orangeburg area, including the report we just got from Orangeburg County. I'll have you cover that in a minute. So here's the storm, and this is moving ridiculously fast. So no time to figure out if you need to take precautions or not. If you live anywhere from Irmo, central portions of Richland County, downtown Columbia, lower Richland, along the areas of 77, Atlas Road, Sumter Highway, Lexington, West Columbia, Springdale, downtown Lexington, Casey, South Congaree, Red Bank, Fairview, just to the west of Gaston, Edmonds, Batesburg, Leesville, Gilbert, along Emmanuel Church Road. This entire area, take the precautions right now, because this is a tornado warning storm capable of producing a tornado. It's moving at 50 miles an hour, so this one is hauling very, very quickly. Here's a storm cell right now that's moving through, putting a trajectory on this for about 1 hour. Nice, it's over to you now. Leesville, Batesburg, Leesville, 453. Gilbert, 551. Elsie, 555. Red Bank, 601. Lexington, 607. Springdale, 612. West Columbia, 617. Columbia, 620. Forest Acres at 625. Also, production, if you hear anything from any of the counties of Richland or Lexington County, some vital information, either let me know or let me know if I need to toss it over to the anchors. So you need to take your tornado precautions right now for this cell. Position, if we look on velocity of where it is, here's the cell right now. It's right about to cross over into Aiken County. So let me get a little bit closer here. You can see where it's not very well defined, but it is getting there. Let me switch over to a different, no, it's cycling. See the green? The green colors, this one, we're seeing that the winds are getting fed into, oops, not that. Let's try that again. We got the winds that are circulating into the storm itself. So we've got winds that are getting drawn in and got winds that are coming around. So this is the area that we're watching right now. And this is moving, again, towards the northeast. And Corey, you tell me and let me know when you are ready, and then I will switch it over to you. But this is a storm we're watching. So again, we have to watch this storm very carefully. It is a tornado-warned supercell that has the capability of producing a tornado. It is just about to cross over, and let's go over to Corey, because Corey, it seems though right now that not only are we getting damage, our emergency manager in Orangeburg County has indicated there might be damage, but now we have another cell at this time that we're watching carefully.
Yeah, Efren, if we go ahead and we move the radar down to there, you're going to see what we're talking about. We've had two supercells, so two rotating storms passing through Orangeburg County, or at least the vicinity, over the last couple hours. And we've seen some pretty, at least impressive looking tornadoes. That includes one down towards Allendale, that moved towards Sycamore, and then that pushed in towards Orangeburg County. So let me go ahead and see if we can get that moved down to Orangeburg. Sorry, guys.
There you go, now you're in. There's your Orangeburg. There you go.
Okay, thank you. And if we can move down towards the Orangeburg County. So here's Bowman, Holly Hill, Vance. We've had some impressive rotation with these storms. It's really been the corridor where we've been seeing most of our tornadic activity so far today. We have a tornado warning. That's just south of Branchville. You can see the hook of the storm right here, and there's the rotation. So we have winds going towards the radar right here, and then away. This is I-95 right here. 26. And so this storm is moving to the northeast. So places north of St. George, you're going to probably see this rotation moving through your area. As you look towards the second tornado warning right now, no rotation, at least discernible here on the radar. It's really going to be this rotation, which just weakened in the last scan, in fact, just to the south of Branchville. It's moving to the northeast, right around 35 miles per hour. Tornado warning does include Dorchester and Colleen counties there. And then also, as this does move towards the northeast, we're going to see at least that and the environment that has been producing these tornadoes over the last few hours. So this is what we're tracking down in this portion of the Midlands. Of course, we have that other tornado warning that includes the I-20 corridor that is moving through. We do have reflectivity right here showing some pretty heavy rain, and that's something we haven't really been talking about too much here. But some pretty healthy rainfall totals across the Midlands. We're talking a couple inches of rain, so we're going to see some flooding concerns on many roads across the region. Really not good weather to get out, and if you are in these warnings right now, you want to make sure you're in your shelter or your safe place as we see these systems pushing through. You know, from what we've seen earlier today, these aren't joking around. These aren't weak storms. They're producing dangerous and damaging tornadoes across portions of the southern Midlands, and a lot of lightning with them as well as they continue to work towards the north and east. So really just going to continue to watch these systems. We're starting to put a track on our northern one, Vance 546. Vance Providence Elementary School at 546 as well. This is the one I think right now, a little bit less rotation on it. It's probably the southern cell right now that if we're going to see a tornado with it, it's going to be just south of Branchville right now to the west of St. George, approaching I-95 and I-26. So to range 544, 6 o'clock, Brown School, wet cell right around 601, Holly Hill right around 615. So that puts us right around 20 to 30 minutes from reaching Holly Hill. Utahville as well as Santee could be in the potential path of this if it does continue past that point. But this is where we are watching the circulation with this system as it does continue to work towards the north and east. So we'll be keeping an eye on this as well as some of the other systems moving through, like we mentioned, Columbia and the Columbia Metro, large portion of that underneath the tornado warning, as well as we continue to see just all this wind energy spinning things up. We really didn't see much in the way of any sunshine today, but with all that wind in place, all these really on the weaker side storms. Doesn't take much to spin them up and create a lot of concerns with tornadoes. So that's what we continue to watch as we go forward. A lot of heavy rain as well towards Aiken County. And as you get towards Saluda, Newberry, and Fairfield counties, just some downpours going on right now. So like we said, there are some aerial flood advisories out. We're going to see issues with that. Remember, if you do see roads covered with water, do not drive through them. Water is the #1 killer when it comes to severe weather. So if you do see that, don't put yourself in a situation to get hurt there. And then, of course, if you're in any of these other warnings, just try to stay up to date with the forecast here. We're going to keep covering these until they expire. But let's send things back over towards Efren, see if we have any updates from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, and the one thing is that they did confirm that damage that we were watching in Bowman, that is confirmed. The emergency manager in Orangeburg County, Billy Staley, has confirmed that there have been damages to a solar farm down in Bowman. So we're getting now more and more reports of actual activity that has caused some damage. Now let's get back over to the storm that we've been watching, unfortunately, with great intent. Here's the storm right now, and this is the severe thunderstorm. Okay, here's the storm that we are still watching, which is the Lexington, Richland County warned storm. This storm is tornado warned. Latest information from the National Weather Service is that this will continue for at least another 30 minutes. It covers extreme northern portions of Aiken County. Then we've got Lexington and then Richland County. It's moving very quickly to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So this is the kind of storm that you're not going to want to figure out if you should or shouldn't take a precaution on. You need to take the precaution right now because it's moving very quickly. Here's this location, and if it continues on this trajectory, we're looking at LC in about a minute, White Plains 548, Lexington, downtown Lexington at 546, downtown Columbia Columbia Metropolitan Airport 601, Springdale and Casey between 602 and 604, downtown Columbia 608, Forest Acres at 612 and Arcadia Lakes at 615. Now that's for this storm. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that looking for, where'd it go? Yeah, there it is. Give me 1 second while I clean up this mess. So just behind the storm that we have in Lexington, we have a new storm, and just to make sure that our folks that are in extreme northern portions of Aiken and northern Aiken and western Orangeburg counties, a new severe thunderstorm with a tornado tag possible. This is the storm right now. It is moving through. That's the storm that we are watching that is just to the, let's see, is it over Aiken? Yeah, it's just to the west of the Aiken Mall. It's moving northeast. So this entire area, we're watching very carefully for the possibility of this turning into a tornado warning. And again, the timing on that, it's moving, let's see, at 40 miles an hour, almost due east. So the extreme portions of Aiken and Orangeburg County, you're looking at somewhere in the tune of about 550 to 6 o'clock as it gets into this portion of Aiken and then this extreme western portion of Orangeburg County. We got another update on the Orangeburg tornado warning. Now, here's a good thing. First of all, you remember we had this tornado warning. They allowed that to expire at 5:45. Great news. But we still have this back end one that's moving through areas just along the county line. And that one, they will continue. I believe that one is until 6? Yeah, 6 o'clock. So it's right on the very edge of Colleton and Dorchester County. If they continue this, now that warning would have come out from the office in in Columbia. So if this again is extended, then we're talking about areas, again, east of I-95 from, say, Utah Springs and Vance all the way down to Tucktown and Holly Hill, which may include areas just to the east of Wetzel. So another storm that we are watching on that. Other storms that we have, and let me get up here. Okay, and this storm again. So we are watching this storm, and I want to take a look at its velocity. So there's the storm. It's just crossed over the county. So this may be tracking right along I-20. And let's just check this. And while we're checking that, just got some information from the National Weather Service, so bear with me just 1 second. Okay, yep, that's still continued. So let's track this storm of where it's going. So here's a storm as it's coming out of Aiken County. It looks like it's going right along Interstate 20. So from Fairfield Road and I-20, and let me get on the other side. Fairfield Road and I-20, everything all the way up I-20 on each side. So Batesburg, Leesville, Gilbert, Red Bank, Lexington, South Congaree, and then just to the west of, to the north of Pelion, around Edmonds and Macedon. This area, you should already be in your tornado precautions because that's where the storm is moving right now. And it is a tornado warned storm. We have not gotten confirmation whether it, whoop, hold on a second. All right, this just got updated. We now have a confirmed tornado. Let me zoom this in. We have a confirmed tornado now. Its position is just to the southeast of Batesburg, Leesville. So this is now a confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service and storm spotters. And let me pull this up here. Confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service just around the area of Batesburg, Leesville. This storm is heading towards the northeast at now 50 miles an hour. And again, this is moving very quickly. So you need to take your tornado precautions anywhere in Lexington and Richland County, going along north and south of I-20 into the Columbia metropolitan area. If you live anywhere in lower Richland along 77, all the way up to Forest Acres, and then north into upper Richland County from Irmo, and heading up just to the south of Westwood High School. And Corey, you have more specific information on this storm.
Yeah, so we want to switch the products over. This is called correlation coefficient. We are now seeing debris here showing up on the radar. So the radar can pick up different types of things floating around in the air. In this case, we're seeing debris being lofted right along I-20. This is Batesburg, Leesville. So this is right along the Aiken County, Lexington County border here. And you can see right here, this circle is a tornado debris signature. That's why we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is going to continue to work towards the northeast. So like Efren was mentioning, places like Gilbert towards Red Bank are going to be in the path of the system, and we now have radar confirmation of something on the ground. And of course, over I-20. This is a very heavily trafficked portion of the interstate, so a lot of cars on the road, unfortunately, as the system is moving right over it. So we're going to need to keep an eye on this. Switching things back over to reflectivity, we can kind of show you at least what's going on with this storm. It doesn't really look that impressive right now on the way things are looking here, but once we switch over to the velocity, you can see why we have this tornado warning out, and you can see that we have that spin right here along I-20. We have wind going towards and away from the radar site right along the interstate. That's why we have the tornado warning, and it is now confirmed on the radar. So take this very seriously. With that being said, let's send it back to you, Efren, to talk more about this.
Yeah, this is getting, this is a serious situation that we have right now. So I'm going to zoom into this area. And Corey, while I'm just setting it up, go ahead and set up for that new tornado warning that is going to be in the southern Midlands. That isn't impacting us as of yet. But here's a storm right now, and what we are watching very carefully is the circulation that has been building up. There's already confirmation. We have already gotten confirmation from the National Weather Service that there is a tornado occurring at this time. And let me just get the warnings up. So here's the circulation that we're looking at. It's just crossed over into Interstate 20. And let me get a better vantage on it. It's in an area where we're getting a lot of clutter from the radar, unfortunately, because of the terrain. But this is the area right now. It is moving up I-20, and let me just go back and and give you the information that we've gotten from the National Weather Service. So again, this is now an observed tornado that is going to create considerable damage. This is located now probably right around just in between Batesburg, Leesville, and Gilbert. So it's more or less in Gilbert. It's moving to the northeast very quickly at 50 miles an hour. So we do not have time to figure out if we need to take our tornado precautions. We need to take our tornado precautions right now. It is moving very quickly, and from its current position, if I track this at least for the next 30 minutes, if this holds true, you're talking about already approaching, if not over in Elsie at 5:44, downtown Lexington at 6:03, the Columbia Metropolitan Airport at 6:08. And if you're heading out or you're needing to head out because somebody is landing at the airport, check with the airport right now, because $2 will get you 10. They're not having any planes land or take off right now. We're looking at Casey at 6:12, West Columbia at 6:13, downtown Columbia at 6:16, and then over at Palmetto Richland Hospital 6:17, and then Forest Acres at 6:19. Here's the location of where it is, and let me get rid of all of this stuff, because the one thing that we are also looking at, not only heavy rainfall, notice there's not a lot of lightning, okay? So if you may be hearing it, but you're not seeing it, you're not out of the woods yet. These are a very strong tornado that is moving along Interstate 20. And put the position right now. I didn't lose radar, did I? No, I didn't. Okay. So that position is right about here, and it's continuing to move to the northeast. Let me move this over. So this is the area that we're talking about as it's moving north. So pretty much along Interstate 20, you should already be taking your tornado precautions. And, okay, good news. So let me wait for them to update this, and you'll see the update that's happening. So we got the tornado warning. An observed tornado already has occurred somewhere about 7 miles to the southeast of Batesburg, Leesville. It's continuing to move north. It's already confirmed and considerable damaging tornado. However, this is going to be updating in a minute. It's still a tornado warning for at least another 21 minutes, but this tag where it says considerable threat, they're lowering it now because it is weakening, which is a great thing. As long as this tornado warning cell is weakening, then we're not going to be seeing as much potential damage from it, but nevertheless, it's still a tornado warning. We could have a tornado spin up. There's going to be a ridiculous amount of strong winds associated with it. So if you live in this area where it's shaded red, don't take any chances. Take your tornado precautions. And this includes the areas of downtown Lexington as well as downtown Columbia. So all of us in the immediate Columbia metropolitan area in Richland and Lexington County really need to take this serious, because this is a storm that we really hoping wouldn't happen. And this is also the areas where we were told that this was going to be an enhanced risk. Let me show this real quick of information that we showed. Now, the information on here is not updated, but this is what we were looking at. A possibility of 70-mile-an-hour damaging winds and tornado warnings, heavy rainfall, and a lot of lightning. We have all this. We have all this going on right now. So you need to take it seriously if you're in these areas. Let's go around real quick and see where we have all of the activity. So to begin with, we still have the tornado warning for Lexington. In fact, let me update that. Lexington and Richland County. That goes for another 30 minutes. We have the tornado watch for the central and southern portions of the Midlands. We have the tornado warning that's in portions of central Orangeburg, but another one that's coming up from Bamberg heading towards Orangeburg. And Corey, that's another one that you've been watching because it is starting to show signs of intensification.
And let's go ahead and move there. So we have that system out in Lexington County, but like you said, we've been tracking storms really throughout the Midlands so far today, and really it looks like things are going to keep going here until we see this moisture start to move out. So what I'm going to do first off is switch over to the rain, and we're going to take a look at what's going on. So we have our cell down to the south, or at least our cells down to the south that have been moving through Orangeburg County. Right now, things are looking at least a little bit more unorganized from the untrained eye. You can see really not as impressive as some of those supercells that we're seeing earlier. A lot of lightning with this. Let's go ahead and take that off so we can take a little bit of a closer look. And you can see really right now we're tracking two thunderstorms, one coming towards Bamberg County, and then we have one out towards Bowman, Holly Hill. So let's go ahead and move out towards the east here and take a look at these storms, because these are the ones that have caused issues here in the past. Let me go ahead and actually switch over to velocity, and we can take a look at what's going on with these systems. But really, I think that the good news from earlier is we're not seeing that intense circulation with these storms that we were seeing a little bit earlier today. There is still some rotation left with these storms north of St. George. So you can see right along I-95, we have the wind going towards the radar, and then away just to the north of 95 here. So here's Branchville just to the south and east, and this is where we are watching at least for the potential of maybe another tornado to pop up again. Let me go ahead and actually pull up the warning down here, and so we can have the information on that. That is out until 6 p.m. Includes Dorchester counties now. But if we start to see this start to get a little bit stronger, places like Bowman, Holly Hill, Utahville will all be in the path of this system. Something we'll need to keep an eye on. The good news is it's pretty broad rotation, so we're not seeing it get close together. That's when we get concerns about there being tornadoes with these systems. But we've been seeing a lot of storms that look like this today, and then about 10 to 15 minutes later, they do strengthen and we see tornadoes being produced. So this is one of those days where even though we're not seeing anything right now, don't let your guard down really until we can determine that things are a little bit safer. I'm going to move the radar here. We just got a new scan in with the system, or with the cell, and there's still some rotation with this just along I-95 now. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. So Reesville, down in the corner of the screen here, there's your rotation right over I-95. This is the I-95, I-26 interchange, so pretty close to that as well. But we have the winds going in different directions. In fact, let's go ahead and draw that here on the screen. So this is the area of rotation that we're watching right now with this cell, and that's why we are concerned that there could be a tornado with this system as it continues to move to the north and east. Harleyville down in the bottom right of your screen right there, and this thankfully, like we said, not really tight and close together, and that's when we get really concerned about there being a tornado on the ground. This is a little bit more broad. So with that being said, the storm is probably rotating, but not enough to create a tornado. So I'm going to zoom back out a little bit, show you the storm itself, what we're looking at with this, and where we expect it to be. I'll put a track on this, in fact, going to the northeast, and we'll go about 30 minutes out. So Pine Forest School right around 6 o'clock, Brown School 6:06, Rosenville 6:07 p.m., Holly Hill right around 6:21. And Holly Hill, we've said your name a couple times tonight. It just seems that this is the corridor of the storms that are wanting to spin tonight. This is where we have that environment where things are really getting to go with the atmosphere. So it's just something that we need to watch. We know that we've seen cells producing with that. But that being said, we're going to toss over to the anchors here, and they have some more news for us.
All right, thanks so much, Corey. We are getting pictures into News 19 from our viewers. We want to get right to this as we start News 19 at 6. This is video from Brandon Deal from Allendale County. I have seen this video on Twitter. This is absolutely incredible. We have heard Efren and Corey explain that this massive tornado there went through at about 3:20. There were debris fields as high as 10,000 feet, meaning this is a very large storm. Mostly rural area down there in Allendale County. You can see this specific video comes from a farm. Luckily, the people who took this video are safe tonight. Again, coming from Brannon Deal.
And I'm just watching several things developing on Twitter. Bobby Cox is a State House representative from Greenville. He just tweeted out just moments ago, tornado warning forced the legislature into the State House basement. Never seen this part of the Capitol. Stay safe out there. So we are seeing a tremendous amount of street flooding, strong storms. We've seen damage in Allendale. We've seen a confirmed tornado on I-20 headed east around the Batesburg-Leesville area in Lexington County as well. Moments ago, we spoke with Sheriff Lee Foster out of Newberry County. He talked about the fact that they have not seen a large amount of damage, but they have seen street flooding. They have had a number of accidents, and so he is encouraging residents in Newberry County to stay inside as we're all trying to wait this storm system out.
Yeah, a lot of different things happening. I mean, this video is just absolutely incredible to look at. Columbia Police tweeting out not too long ago that the intersection of Main and Whaley completely shut down there. That runs just behind, I retweeted that, Eric, if you want to look at that picture, but it's from Columbia Police Department. That is Main and Whaley completely shut down. That intersection there runs right near campus, and a lot of flooding issues in that area. And 5 Points, we know businesses there closed up shop. Many stores closed at about 2:30 today to prepare for this.
That's where we're going to start our team coverage with News 19's Eleanor Tabone.
I am here at the intersection of Whaley and Main in Columbia, and as you can see, the intersection is flowing freely, traffic moving very easy right now. Earlier, the road was blocked off because of flooding. Crews are working to clear the road, but it is flowing freely, like I said right now. We will continue to keep you updated on road conditions across the Midlands. For updated information, head to the WLTX website. In Columbia, Eleanor Tabone, News 19 WLTX.
Yeah, so important to keep the debris out of the areas there where the water needs to flow and out of the sewers. I'm glad they were able to clear that up so students could get through to their homes. A lot of students live in that area. This is video at the State House where it is coming down hard. And Darcy, you said they were sheltering?
Yeah, I just saw that tweet from a representative out of the upstate saying that because of the tornado warning, they were in the basement of the State House. His exact tweet, I've never seen this part of the Capitol before. In addition to that, we are just continuing to see videos and pictures come in from the Allendale area where the damage field is crazy, for lack of a better way to put it. This actually is video out of Newberry County. This video was submitted. This is Kershaw County, are you sure? Because this looks a lot like the video that I got from Sheriff Lee Foster earlier today. So I believe this is the video from Sheriff Lee Foster. As I mentioned, he said that there has been a lot of road flooding. They have not seen a lot of property damage or really any damage in that area, but he is again encouraging residents to stay off the roads as we wait out this storm system near the hospital. Strong winds had people in Newberry County have people concerned that there may have been a tornado or damage there, but what we learned is that there is roof construction, and so the strong winds came through, moved that roof construction out of the way, and so it presented as if it were something more than what was happening.
All right, here's video along the roadway. In Orangeburg County, we know it is coming down very hard there. They are also under watches and warnings. We continue to be under a warning here in Richland County. And as you heard both Corey and Efren tell you just a few moments ago, there was debris that was large enough to be seen on radar, and that was right at the Lexington line on I-20, just south of Gilbert. So we're expecting to see some damage pictures from there as well. If you have pictures, of course, we want you to stay safe, but if you have pictures or videos that you can get safely from your backyard, we want to see them. We want you to be our weather reporters. So 803-776-9508. Text us those pictures. Again, this is the intersection right down the road from WLTX in front of Dreher High School. It's Berkeley Road, and it turns into Divine Street right there heading into 5 Points, that area very flooded and prone to flooding. We're going to toss things back to Chief Meteorologist Efren Afante. Efren?
Getting updates now, and it's a great thing that we're getting a lot of updates. And let me just first say to all of the Skywarn storm spotters that we have, thank you so much for everything that you're doing and helping us with the information. Now, this is what we currently have right now. Let me switch over. This tornado warning for Lexington and Richland County, this is going to disappear in about a minute or two. The National Weather Service is canceling the tornado warning for Lexington and Richland County. So the good thing is that all our representatives who are in the shelters right now at the State House will be able to finally get out of there, although it's pouring. We still have this tornado warning for portions of Orangeburg County that's coming out of Bamberg. We'll take a look at that in a moment. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's in Clarendon County. So we're going to zoom up to that first and take a look at what we have. Here's the storm right now, and let me stop this. So here's the severe thunderstorm warning for Clarendon County, and get that information up here for you. And there it is. Yep. So here's the severe thunderstorm warning. It's basically for the eastern half of Clarendon County. And let me get that back up. So this goes until, where'd it go? There it is. This goes until 6:45. So this area from pretty much from Sardinia down to Alcaloo, just to the east of Manning, all the way down to Lake Marion, areas of Bloomsville, Jordan, Forston, all the way up to Turbyville. This is the area that we're watching. Radar indicated where we could have 16 plus mile an hour wind gusts and up to penny-sized hail. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning for Clarendon County. Lightning associated with this storm is plentiful. So this is unlike the tornado warnings we've had before. This is what we're dealing with right now. Very strong and severe thunderstorms that are rolling through Clarendon County right now. All of this is moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. So let me put a track on that. And let's see, the storm is right about there. The heart of the storm is right there. So just to cover Clarendon County, basically between now and the bottom of the hour, you're going to be dealing with these severe thunderstorms. The storm's already on top of you now, but the strongest winds will be moving through within the next 5 to 15 minutes on the eastern portions of Clarendon County. Now we still have this other tornado warned storm, and let me clear this up. This is the storm that is in Bamberg. Yep, here it is in Bamberg, and this this tornado warning, includes Bamberg and Orangeburg counties. It already has confirmed a tornado, and the tornado was located near Ulmer. So the tornado is just in this area over here, and it's moving to the northeast. It is a confirmed tornado that's already been producing a lot of damage. This one is moving at 45 miles an hour. So these storms that are intense are picking up speed as they move through. Let me put a track on this one. So we're looking at crossing into Bamberg around 6:22, then hopping over into Canaan at about 6:28, Roseville about 6:36. Again, this is a confirmed tornado that's already occurring right now in central Bamberg County. There's Ulmer, and it's just outside of 301 and heading towards the northeast. The tornado warning that we had for Lexington and Richland counties, they canceled that, but we have now a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for this area. So let me zoom out here, and actually let me get rid of a lot of this other stuff so we can see what we've got. Warning, and okay, there's the new severe thunderstorm warning. And here's a severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. I wish this would just keep up there. This would make it easier for everyone. So this includes Lower Richland, central and western portions of Calhoun, the western half of Orangeburg, pretty much all of Lexington County. This is radar indicated severe thunderstorm. The entire cluster basically extended from just southwest of Red Bank all the way down to Barnwell. So we're talking about this entire line. It's moving to the east at 50 miles an hour. You're looking at 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts associated with this entire line. So again, we're looking at damaging winds that are moving through. And let me put a track on this one, moving at 50 miles an hour. So here is the entire line, basically moving east. We're looking at Leeds at about 617, Denmark 622, Norway 623, Bullentown 631, Hopkins, now we're getting into Lower Richland at 633, Edisto at 639, downtown Orangeburg 642, Brookdale 644, and then Eastover at 649. And the one problem that I am concerned about for Orangeburg County, and if you could see this, and let me take off the warnings, there's a lot of rainfall that's moving into areas of downtown Orangeburg. And you folks know, when it rains in Orangeburg, it floods. When it rains a lot, it floods, especially in the area around, I believe it's Jackson Road or Jackson Boulevard in southwest Orangeburg downtown. You have a lot of rainfall. Look at all this rainfall that's coming out of Bamberg, southwestern portions of Orangeburg County. It's all heading in. If you live anywhere in Orangeburg County, I don't care if it's in Orangeburg, over on Nices, all the way out by Tugtown, or anywhere in between, there is a lot of rainfall coming down. And this is the type of rain that, for no reason, should you be driving out in this. Leave emergency management to do what they need to do and stay off the road. Just stay inside as this continues through. Now, in addition to all of this rainfall, we now have, and let me switch over to another product. Let me clear all this up. We've got new warnings and advisories that come out. So let me get rid of all this. First, we've got a lot of flooding that's going on, and let me just get those up here. A good portion of the central, northern, north central, eastern Midlands. I mean, it's covered in a very wide area. We've got, let me just put it this way. An aerial flood advisory with the amount of rainfall that's coming down. Many of these areas, to begin with, low-lying areas and small creeks and rivers are going to be overflowing. In addition to that, there is a lot of rainfall coming down that's creating a lot of ponding on the roadways. So you're going to be seeing a lot of these areas that are going to be, for all intents and purposes, covered in a lot of water. And if I pull up the radar, you can see that there's still a lot of rainfall that's coming down, and it's not letting up yet. So be aware that the aerial flood advisory, and aerial flood advisory may not sound like a lot, treat it like a flood warning. Plain and simple. Fairfield, Newberry, Saluda, Lexington, northwestern, far northwestern Orangeburg, northern portions of Calhoun, all of Richland County, most of Kershaw County, all of Lee County, and a good portion, if not all of Sumter County. This is where we're going to be experiencing all of the minor flooding that's been going on. Let's take a look at how much rainfall that we've gotten so far, because it's been, unfortunately, a lot more than we've wanted. And keep in mind that we've had a drought, and because of the drought, a lot of this is not soaking up yet. It's running off. So you can see, here are the color codes. Yellow to brown, 3 or 4 inches of rainfall. And there's a lot of 3 or 4 inches of rainfall that's heading into this area. I'm sorry, producer, say that again. Okay, a lot of this rainfall is coming down. Corey, the one problem that we have initially is that we knew that all this was coming out. It is now 6:16. we've got the tornado watch until 9 o'clock. We are nowhere near over with all this activity.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, taking a look, I think we have another violent tornado on the ground. This is going to be towards Allendale and Bamberg County, where we do have a tornado warning out, but some pretty significant rotation on velocity. But I want to switch the products over once again to the correlation coefficient. It lets us see things like debris in the air, and this is a clear tornado debris signature. This is Olar, Govan right here towards Bamberg County. This is the sign of a pretty strong tornado on the ground right now here in Bamberg County. Of course, that is working towards Orangeburg County as we speak. So what I'm going to do is show you pretty much where this is tracking, what we're expecting here as we go through the next
Corey, it is a very large and destructive tornado. National Weather Service is confirming that this is a very large destructive tornado that you are pointing out right now.
Yeah, and I think, with a tornado debris signature, Efren, like this, I mean, this is very concerning. Let's put that track up, move it towards Orangeburg at least, and kind of time things out. 632 Clear Pond, Bamberg 640, Cope 649, Dry Swamp 656, and then over towards 66 at 656. This will continue to work into Orangeburg, but this is a very concerning signature. I think, Efren, this might be one of the most significant looking signatures that we've seen so far today. And once again, it is in this corridor of the southern Midlands towards Orangeburg County that we've been seeing these storms spin up and produce some pretty violent tornadoes.
Yeah, and let's just make this clear. Let's take a little bit of a pause right now while Corey and I are together. This is the most activity that we've seen in several years. The last time we had this much tornadic activity was July of last year, but it was consolidated in just the western and southwestern portions of the Midlands. And right now, we've got a slew of warnings, a lot of tornado warnings. We got tornado watches. There is a ton of activity going on. And the problem with all of these with all of this activity is that we sometimes get a little bit jaded that, well, it's not happening in my neighborhood right now. Newberry, you've already had your activity. It's starting to clear up, but there are some areas of the Midlands where it hasn't been that intense, and it's intensifying now. So we have to be very careful of presuming that things are starting to wind down. Things are not winding down for the most part, and for the majority of the Midlands. You can see all the activity that's occurring right now. Let me go back on here. So first off, we've got, we go through all of this here. We have first the tornado watch that continues for Saluda, Lexington, Richland, Sumter, Clarendon, Calhoun, and Orangeburg County until 9 o'clock. In addition to that, we have the severe thunderstorm warning that's still in effect for areas of extreme eastern portions of Clarendon and Sumter County. That expires at 6:45. The storms are continuing to move more into the areas of east of the county line. Other storms that we still are occurring, we have that broad area of the severe thunderstorm warning that is for Lexington, Richland, Orangeburg counties, this entire cluster that is moving through, as well as in eastern portions of Aiken County. And there is at least 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts associated with that storm. And then, of course, we've got the Allendale storm that is moving to areas of Orangeburg County. And I just want to make it absolutely crystal clear that this storm right now that we are watching, and let me switch over to velocity real quick. Here's the storm right now. It is not in Orangeburg County. Orangeburg County, we've already had some damage reported in Bowman. Bowman, Roseville, Branchville, this is another line that's moving through. And let me just put the warning on this one to show that we need to still take this very, very seriously as it moves at 40 miles an hour. So I'm going to put a wide path on this one because as wide as it is, if the tornado does not go over you, but you're about maybe 5 miles outside of where the tornado is, you're still going to feel the effects of the winds. So here is the current location, and put the path on this. Conservatively, we're looking at Midway at about 633, Canaan about 639. So this is going to start crossing over the county line in about maybe 15, 20 minutes. So you do have not much time. If you have already damage, but you still have the capability of staying in the center portion of your home, please do so right now. Do not venture outside because this is moving up again and heading your way. And if we put a track on it, and not a track, if we put this in motion to see where it's going. So there's a storm. It came through Ulmer, confirmed a tornado just outside Ulmer on 301. And it looks like it's moving a little bit more to the northeast. So that track would put it, let's see. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So with that track moving, again, if this holds and verifies, we're looking at it crossing over the county line of Orangeburg County again, probably in about 10 minutes. I'd give it no more than 10 minutes, and this is going to be crossing over. This is, and it was indicated before, that this is an observed tornado. An observed tornado that touched down in Ulmer, in Allendale County, now crossing into central Bamberg County and moving to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Let's see. We just got a report from one of our storm spotters that by the Holly Hill Golf Club, they recorded an 80-mile-an-hour wind gust. 80 miles an hour. This is the kind of storm that you do not want to be venturing out and trying to see what's happening. We've got another storm, and let me stop this for a moment. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning, and I really don't like the looks of this one because it is ramping up. Right there, Utahville. You see it spin? This is moving to the northeast. So let me put this on a stop. If you live in this area, you need to go ahead and take your tornado precautions right now because the cell is definitely tightening up in 451. No, okay. Sorry, everyone. I keep on looking at all the information that pops up to make sure that I'm giving you the latest information and we don't miss anything at all. Severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. It's right here in Utahville, and it's heading to the northeast wow. It's moving at 65 miles an hour. So I'm going to put this track here, and I'm going to extend it. If you live anywhere in this warned area, you need to take your safety precautions immediately. This is moving at 65 miles an hour. It's got 70-mile-an-hour winds associated with it, whether it turns into a tornado or not. So over the course of the next 20 minutes, Utah Springs, shelter now. Over by Galliard School, 623, shelter now. Mount Zion School, 641. Greeleyville, even though it's crossing over, that's going to be at 643. So this entire area of Clarendon County and extreme northeastern Orangeburg County, you should take your tornado precautions right now because this storm is volatile. It has definitely been cycling up, and if we go over to it, you could see where it is noticeably spinning. Here's the green moving in counterclockwise and the red moving counterclockwise. There is your spin, and it's not a tornado yet, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning that has a tag with the potential of it becoming a tornado. So again, this is going to cover if you live anywhere to the north or to the south of Lake Marion in Orangeburg, as well as in southern Clarendon County, you should be taking your tornado precautions right now. So Utahville, Utah Springs, you should already be in taking shelter right now. And there it is. It's now a tornado warning. So let's get rid of this. We now have a tornado warning for this cell. So I'm going to move this out of the way. And this covers a good portion of southeastern Clarendon County. So bear with me one moment while I update this. Okay, so we've got a tornado warning, a storm capable of producing a tornado. It hasn't produced one yet, but it has the capability. It's located right now, it's right over the eastern portions of Lake Marion, and it's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So not only does this cover the portion of Orangeburg County, but a good portion of Clarendon County. And as we put a track on this, and before I do that, let me just make sure that it's moving the way I think. Yep, it is. Here's the storm. Actually, that doesn't help at all, so I'm just going to zoom a little bit closer. All right. Utahville, Utah Springs. Where's Jordan? There's Bloomville, Jordan. Forston is down here. There it is. So this entire area, you need to take your tornado precautions right now. This is moving to the northeast at 15 miles an hour. So this entire area, Lake Marion on each side of the county line, Lake Marion all the way up until you get to the Paxville Highway and everything down 260. Tornado warned cell that's moving through. We got another tornado warned cell that popped up, and I can't believe that we're getting through another one. Here's a tornado. They have now issued a tornado warning for this cell. That's the one that we were talking about that was confirmed in Ulmer. Well, there's the storm now, and I'm going to leave this on velocity so we see exactly where the storm is. And bear with me one moment. And Corey, while I'm working on this new Orangeburg storm, if you can get up Clarendon and when I pitch it over to you, because that one, I want to make sure that people on that side are aware of what's going on. But the new storm, as we go into full screen over here, folks, here is the tornado warned storm. This is a tornado warned storm that has the capability of producing a tornado anytime. It's moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour, so that's where it's located. And we put a track on that one. Again, it's moving 45. And here is the storm, and put the track on that. So we're looking at getting it to Roseville at 640, Sandy Run 646, Bowman at 649, Wetzel at 654, and Felderville at 704. There's a track. And Corey, if you're all set, we'll take this again. This is the one we're going. Corey, just chime in and tell me when you're ready, because obviously we have a lot of these storms.
Yeah, so let's switch back over to the Clarendon County storm. You can see that rotation on the radar here. This is a little bit more broad than the other system, but still going to be a concern here. So what we have, and I'm going to draw this, what we're watching right now, we have winds coming towards the radar, away, that's our rotation, and that's what we're watching for this system. Utahville is just to the west, so you're going to be at least okay here. It's places to the north and east that we're watching the system. So we're going to put a track and kind of highlight some of the communities that are in the path of this circulation for this tornado warned storm. Manning at Santee Cooper Regional, 643, Jordan at 645. So thankfully, just not a lot of communities in this path, but still, we have people out here, and it is good to be aware that this is heading your way right now. Switching things over once again, another tool that we like to use, correlation coefficient, shows us if there's any debris being lofted with this system. And right now, we're not really seeing anything, so we're not seeing any of those lighter colors. Let me go ahead and erase things off the board here, but we're not really seeing any lofted debris with this, so that's an indication at least that there's likely not a tornado going on. But the tornado warning is out, and that is going to continue here. Let me go ahead and put up the information for those watching so we can get that going. We have the severe thunderstorm warning right here. Let me go ahead and see if I can get the tornado warning. There we go. That is going to be until 7 o'clock here, Clarendon, Orangeburg counties. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings in place, as you can see. Those are also until 7 p.m. Let me get rid of some of those, get rid of the clutter here. But so that's going to be about another 30 minutes that we're dealing with this system moving through or exiting Orangeburg and heading towards Clarendon County. Let me go ahead and switch this back over to the reflectivity, because on top of all of this wind and everything that we've been dealing with, there's some extremely heavy rain across portions of the Midlands that's causing some issues with flooding as well. With this, another thing to look at, earlier we had those storms that had a bit of a hook on them. We're not seeing that. So that's another an organizational thing that shows us, thankfully, this storm doesn't have its full act together. But like we said, still some rotation, a little bit more put together here, in fact, in the latest scan. So we're going to need to watch this a little bit here closely. This could end up developing a tornado if we start to see this wrapping up a little bit more rotation-wise. Let me go ahead and zoom in a little bit. This is just to the north and east of Utahville. Vance on towards the corner of the screen here. This is going to continue to work to the north and east. 95 is going to be out towards the north here. So Somerton, Santee, you're not in this box. It's just heading into Clarendon County now. And this is what we're watching with this system. Efren, what are your thoughts on this? Because I think it's looking a little bit more impressive now over the last few scans, becoming a little bit of a tighter circulation.
It is, and the one noticeable thing is that, like you had mentioned, that the noticeable circulation right there, it's very broad, but nevertheless, it is an active system that is continuing to move to the northeast. The areas that, around from Bloomfield to Jordan to Forston, this is what you got to watch very carefully. It is an active tornado warning, and we could have a tornado being produced on there at any time. Now, I just saw some information that somebody was asking about this, so I'm going to switch over, and if you bear with me, I'm trying to remember where it was. We have, again, a lot of our storm spotters and a lot of the officials from DNR, from all the municipalities and the counties and emergency management. So one question was asked about the storms that have been firing off near Hopkins. So here's Hopkins, and we're still under a severe thunderstorm warning for this particular cell. And let me just gather up the information on it. So as far as the specificity on Lower Richland, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. It's not a tornado warning, and this severe thunderstorm warning continues until 7 o'clock. There's a possibility that we could have 60 mile an hour wind gusts associated with this. Now, this is reflectivity. Let's look at how it looks on velocity, and that's the one component we look at. Notice this? There is a line that's moving through. So when we switch over and take a look at, that's the speed. That is a lot of bright colors. So we may be looking at something more so of an outflow boundary. Either case, we've got strong winds that are approaching Hopkins, so pretty much right down 48 to Hopkins, this entire area, Lower Richland. For my neighbors that live around me in Lower Richland, just be aware that we're probably going to have about 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts associated with this. So anywhere along Sumter Highway all the way down 48 in this area from Hopkins, be aware that we're looking at significant heavy rainfall, thunderstorms, and a wind gust that's going to be coming through. The winds right now being portrayed from the radar, let's see, 30, 35, 30. So we're looking at very strong winds with possible 45 plus wind gusts as that moves through. So I hope that helped for you guys asking about Hopkins. Let's hop over to, where is it? That entire severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning covers a good chunk of the central Midlands. So we're talking about, other than Lower Richland, Lexington, Calhoun, and Orangeburg County, this entire line is moving east at about 50 miles an hour and very likely will contain up to 60 mile an hour wind gusts. So that's one area that obviously we have to watch. We also have, whoops, went too fast. We have a flash flood warning. Now, this is another flash flood warning. This covers the entire downtown, or pretty much the Columbia metropolitan area, some parts of Lexington, but essentially you're talking about from the Riverwalk, over by the water treatment plant, all the way down the Congaree River, down to Carolina Eastman, Columbia, downtown Columbia, Olympia, I-77, Atlas Road, all the way down to the areas just to Dorn VA Hospital, Forest Acres, Dentsville, cutting across to Eau Claire, and the areas right around Faro and 2 notch. This entire area is under a flash flood warning. We've already had 2 inches of rainfall. We're getting another inch per hour that's coming on top of that, if not more. So very likely we're going to see more flooding in this area as we go through the next at least hour or so. Make sure I'm not missing anything. All right, let's go back to the tornado warning that we have for Orangeburg County. Before I flip to that, let's just see if we have any additional information. So we still have a tornado warning. Let's see. Tornado was located right over Branchville. So here's the circulation. We're going to take a look at velocity in just a minute. It's moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour, and there is a confirmed tornado that is moving through or in the area that'll be affecting Bowman. So here's the area, here's the tornado warning. If you live anywhere along I-26 from Wetzel all the way up to Felderville, all the way across into 178, and then Roseville, Bowman, 66 Branchville, you need to take your tornado precautions if you haven't already done so. I'm going to switch over to velocity and see where this thing is, and there it is. That is a very large and destructive tornado that just crossed over the county line, and let's get down right to it. There it is. Columbia Road, 21. Roseville, 66, Branchville, Lambrick, Sandy Run, all the way up to Bowman. Anywhere living in the area of 210 and 21, this entire area, take your tornado precautions right now. There is a confirmed tornado, and let's see what this says. Yep, it's a confirmed tornado that's just crossed over Hudson Road, and get back. There we go. So this is the area we're talking about. So 66, 21, this is the area that we're talking about. It is heading to the northeast and moving now at about 45 miles an hour. So let's put a track on that, 45 miles an hour, and I'm going to have to make this even bigger. This track is very, nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay. 66 now. Duke School 642, Roseville 643, Frederick School at 648, Pineville School at 652. This is all south central Orangeburg County that this is moving through. And the only thing that I could say is that this is a very large and destructive tornado that is moving through the areas of south central Orangeburg County. Let me show you one thing to make you understand why this is not, it's obviously dangerous to be out. This is rain, folks. There is nothing but heavy rain coming down right now. You're not going to be able to see the tornado. In addition to that, if you're trying to listen to, if you can actually hear, if you can hear the tornado sound, there is a ton of lightning associated on the southern and eastern flank of this tornado. So because of that, don't go outside. You need to stay indoors because this is a very destructive tornado that has already been confirmed moving through the areas approaching 66. And let me switch over and take a look at, you can see the spin. This is a very well-defined couplet that is now moving through. And again, it's approaching, it's practically on top of 66, and we're going to continue to watch that as it moves through. But again, if you're anywhere from Roseville or Bowman all the way down to Branchville, please take your tornado precautions right now. As far as what we've got overall, and let me come back here. You can see all the activity right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings from the central and southern portions of the Midlands. Tornado warnings in Orangeburg County. Tornado warning in extreme northeast Orangeburg County, but we can have that drop now. But we still have the tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings for the eastern half of Clarendon County. That may not look like much, but we are not out of the woods because we can hear it over the station right now where the rain is starting to taper off. That may be the case that it's starting to let up in the western Midlands, but look at all this activity. All this activity from Lake Wateree all the way through the heart of the Midlands, all the way extended down into southwest portions of Orangeburg County. And all of this may be moving quick enough that some of us are starting to clear out. But there's still a ton of activity. Remember, we've got this tornado watch until 9 o'clock this evening, and all this line is continuing to move through. Let me switch over here and make sure that I'm not missing anything else. Okay, and Corey, I'll tell you, if there's any good news right now, it's starting to clear up for portions of Newberry and Saluda counties, but we still have a lot of this activity, and specifically the ones that are in the southern and eastern Midlands.
Yeah, Efren, I wanted to go back to that Orangeburg storm here. I'm going to switch the graphics over. We have a debris signature right along US 21. That's between Roseville and Branchville. So we have a confirmed tornado moving over US 21 in Orangeburg County right now, Bowman out to the east. So I just wanted to point that out here. It looks like we do have a radar confirmed tornado now. You've been talking about how the velocity signatures look, but it looks like we now have some at least ground truth to there being a tornado with this system.
That is the key thing that, when we look at correlation coefficient to explain what we're looking at, you see a lot of red. The one defining moment on correlation coefficient that we use with this big fancy word is we're looking for the coloration to get pretty much opposite what it is. So when we're starting to see bright colors, in particular blues, purples, that are starting to shade in that area, what that tells us is that there's debris being lofted. How do we know the debris? The correlation coefficient looks at things that are perfectly symmetrical, that's round, that's not jagged, like raindrops. But once it starts getting jagged, like broken debris, like broken branches, broken homes, this is what we see, and that's why we're watching it very carefully as they continue that severe, that tornado warning. So again, this is the area that we're watching. We still have the tornado warning that covers this area of Orangeburg County. Let me check on the time. I'm not sure if they've extended this yet. Yeah, they've extended, so it's until 7:15. So you should already be taking your tornado precautions in Orangeburg County from Branchville all the way up just to the east of Cordova, and then extended all the way to the Calhoun County line across I-66, and then to the areas, and this is going to be, let's see, memory serves me correctly, Felderville is right over here, 176, here is Wetzel. So areas in Wetzel to the west of Holly Hill, this entire area, you should already be under your tornado precautions and staying safe right now. Just to the south of it, and some of you may be seeing that, well, wait a minute, there's another tornado warning. Yes, there is. There's a tornado warning that's moving through, but the direction that it's moving does not appear at least within the imminent danger of the Calhoun, the Colleton, Dorchester tornado warning storm to be impacting Orangeburg County anytime soon. The storm is located right here, just to the southeast of Smokes. If it continues to move, 7:15, it may be approaching extreme eastern portions of Orangeburg County, maybe by 7 to 7:15, but in all indications right now, it's nowhere near us, so we're going to just avoid that in the meanwhile. We still have these storms, and let me come back to the storms in the central Midlands. So here's the entire cluster of storms that are moving through that is all severe warned. Severe thunderstorm warning, the capability of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds. And as I pull up on that watch, let's see. Yeah, let's take care of that in another way. Okay, so you can see now the winds are starting to pick up east of Hopkins and then going all the way down through areas of northern Calhoun. So this is probably somewhere in between the Cocoa Highway, somewhere around the Cocoa Highway to Sandy Run, and extending all the way into areas of western portions of Orangeburg County. Just give me 1 second. Okay, unfortunately, we're getting information of trees and house damage in the areas of Monetta that the National Weather Service is relaying to us from Aiken County Emergency Management out in Monetta. But this is what we're watching, and these winds, if we could see what the speeds are. So out in Hopkins, we're looking at about 25-mile-an-hour winds, and then further down the line, fortunately, the winds aren't that significant, at least in the severe thunderstorm warned areas, which is a great thing. But again, the big concern is this storm right here. Okay, we've got confirmation now. There is a very large and destructive tornado 1 mile south of Roseville that has crossed over Highway 21. This is the area that's moving through. So right now, Darcy, the biggest concern we have is that people in the area of south central and east or southeastern portions of Orangeburg County, we have a very destructive confirmed tornado moving through. So we need to have everybody in this area crossing all over to I-26 on the other side towards Santee. Take your tornado precautions right now.
Efren, you have said that countless times today. There is not a portion of the Midlands that has not been under some type of severe weather watch or warning today, whether it was for a tornado watch or warning, a severe thunderstorm watch or warning, whether it's been for a flash flood watch or warning. We have been under the gun for the last several hours, and we still have several hours to go. But the area that is seeing the most destruction across South Carolina at this hour is in Allendale. They have seen significant damage from a confirmed tornado in that area. You can see the video that was sent in by a viewer, Corey Theron. They have crews on the ground there from the National Weather Service, from obviously first responders in that area working to try to assess the damage. But what we do know from the National Weather Service is that when it comes to Allendale, yes, they have a confirmed tornado. Yes, it was a very destructive storm. Yes, there is significant damage in that area, and the cleanup process has not even started to begin yet because there are still a line of storms moving through that area. The storm system moving in from the west, continuing to dump large amounts of rain across the Midlands, even seeing some strong winds across some places, bringing down tree limbs. But we haven't heard of any significant damage here in the Midlands. We're going to turn things over to Eleanor Tabone. She is in 5 Points in Columbia right now. I know that is an area that is prone to flooding when we have this kind of weather. And Eleanor, it sounds like you're in a place where folks are trying to clean up.
That's right, Darcy. We are here at TAP's Outpost here in 5 Points. And as you can see, business owners here are cleaning up after the damage. We're going to show you all the water and the deluge of water. As you can hear those shop vacs going to suck up that water that came through the back. As we show you right now, that water is just continuing to pour in out the back. You see it is just flowing in here, and thankfully it is not flowing all the way down to the front of the shop where many of the businesses are posted. But I am here with Ashley Lindlar from A Little Happy, and Ashley is a business owner here. Ashley, talk to me about the cleanup out here.
Yeah, I mean, we're just like basically sweeping water, vacuuming it up and then dumping it. Hopefully it's not coming right back in. So, but until this rain subsides, we're going to be here maybe till 9 o'clock tonight. That's what the forecast looks like.
When you first started hearing that rain pouring down, what were some of those first thoughts that you had?
Well, I'm new here, so this is my first rodeo in 5 Points. So I wasn't really thinking that everything was about to be flooded, but all of my friends here were starting to frantically sweep and vacuum, so I just got into action. It takes a village here, and so thankfully we all jumped into action to get it going. But nothing has gone up to my shop yet. We've kind of kept it at bay back here. It looks like we're going to be able to keep on working and keep things dry up front.
Ashley, when did you first arrive here and see the water and see the damage, and what did you think when you saw that water flowing in here?
Yeah, I was just up front doing my thing, working, and all of a sudden I came back here and saw everything flooded. Sometimes, you know, it may come from the roof, and so this time it was just seeping in the back. So it's like, okay, got to get to work.
And, you know, we've been here with you for a little bit now. We've just seen you sweeping and shop vacuuming up here. Has there been any change in what you've done? Have you seen that water trying to subside?
Well, for a minute, yeah. And then all of a sudden you hear it raining harder, and it's like, okay, here it comes again. So, you know, but I think we're good. We're all working together, and we're going to be here until the rain stops.
Thank you so much, Ashley, for being here with us. Thanks, Darcy. We'll take it back to you.
Eleanor Tabone, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're going to turn things over now to Corey Smith, meteorologist Corey Smith. I know you've been following that tornado that is on the ground in Orangeburg County. Corey, just a couple of minutes ago, you said that it is a very large storm and it could be causing significant damage in the southeastern or southwestern portion of Orangeburg County.
Yeah, so it's down towards Roseville and Bowman right now. It sounds like right now this is a pretty large tornado. So down in Allendale, National Weather Service estimating about a mile-wide tornado. They're saying this could be very similar as well. You can see the rotation here. I'm going to draw it. This is Roseville to your left, and then US 178, and then State Road 36 heading towards I-26 right there. We have our rotation just north of Bowman right now, so it's pretty much in between Bowman and Roseville, and this is already produced a tornado. Like we mentioned, we saw debris on the radar. This is continuing to work towards the east-northeast, US 301 to the north as well in the warning box. You have Cordova outside of the warning box. So if you're in Cordova, you're in the clear right now, but we are continuing to watch at least some pretty significant rotation with this storm. Let's go ahead and switch things over once again because like we said, we did have debris showing up on the radar. Let's see if we can still see that. And right now, not as much. So that's a little bit of a good sign right there, but there's still rotation with the storm. It has produced what looks like some violent tornadoes. So you need to take this seriously if you are in the morning. Let's go ahead and get that morning information up for you guys so you can know where this storm is heading right now. I'm going to pull that up. Right here. This is in Orangeburg County that we're seeing this move through. Right now, a tornado warning out until 7:15 p.m. Orangeburg County, there was an observed tornado. We saw debris with it. And right now, National Weather Service continues to watch this. I'm going to actually move this back just a little bit to show you where we were seeing this debris with this system moving through. Because there were some pretty clear signatures that we were seeing on the radar that made us definitely concerned. One of the stronger storms I think that have moved through the Midlands so far today. You can see right here, this is debris showing up. These lower colors in this product show a lot of things that aren't the same size. So that's what this is picking up. When we see a little bit of a donut hole right here of those colors, those lighter colors, that indicates there was some debris. So this was at 6:42 between Roseville and Branchville, right along US 21. This has continued to work east. So let's put things forward in time here. And you're going to see that signature a little bit less as we go forward. And now we're not really seeing it as much. So that's the good news. But we are potentially maybe seeing some debris just north of Bowman here. We'll have to see if that, let me go ahead and actually switch over to velocity. Because if we see those right over each other, that could be an indication that we maybe are seeing some. And yeah, so that lighter color right underneath the rotation. So it is possible that we still have a tornado confirmed on the ground right over 178 here in Orangeburg County. This is I-26 right near State Road 36 to kind of give you some bearings of where we're watching this storm. I want to zoom out just a little bit more, take a look at the reflectivity because, of course, on top of these winds, you've been seeing some torrential rain, a lot of rain with the system. You're not going to be able to see this tornado if you are nearby. It's going to be completely wrapped in rain. So with that being said, if you're in the path of this system, you need to take a safe shelter right now. We've been talking about this with this portion of the viewing area all day. We've seen multiple tornadic storms moving through. So I know it's a lot. The last few hours we've been seeing a lot of storms. This one, once again, causing issues. So let's time things out right now. Johnson School, 6:55 p.m. Livingston Middle School, 7:01 p.m. 7:06 Felderville School, 7:09 North Providence School, and then Felderville proper right around 7:11 p.m. So this is what we're watching with this system. I think this is the main concern right now across the Midlands is this storm. I want to take a little bit of a broader look of the viewing area, kind of show you what's going on right now because we have mentioned it. There's been severe weather all across the Midlands today. And with that being said, I think it's really coming down now to this last system, at least for a strong tornado chance. We have a lot of flooding concern to the north and along of I-20 here as you head head towards Columbia. We have severe thunderstorm warnings out. That includes Richland, Lexington, towards really just going along I-26 as you head down towards Orangeburg and north as well. So we've been seeing some gusty winds, heavy precipitation, but the good news is this line right here is the end of the system. Once this pushes out of the Midlands, we're going to start to quiet down as we head into tonight. That tornado threat will start to die down as we go a little bit later on in tonight. So places like Newberry, Saluda, Edgefield, Winsboro, you're starting to see things calm down. Of course, that's not the case down towards the southern Midlands. Let's head it back over, if Efren's there, talk a little bit more about what's going on.
Well, yeah, the one thing that you pointed out, and we really haven't talked about it much because we've had tornadic and severe thunderstorm warnings, is the rainfall. Now, as you see, a lot of the rainfall is cut right down the middle and to the east of the Midlands. The western Midlands, fortunately, is starting to let up. And at this point, we can confidently say that Newberry and Saluda, you're done. Edgefield, you're done. But the rainfall that's coming down right now, all of this rainfall is coming down in the tune of 1.5 inches plus per hour. So you're talking about anything in the tune of 1.5 inches to 2 in a span of 2 to 3 hours, which this is moving. This could be another flooding issue. Now, the amount of rainfall that has fallen so far, and I wanted to pull that up, this is an estimated total. And just to give you an idea of how concerning this has been, 4 inches, 3.5, almost 4, near 4, over 4.5, Eastover 3, Lugoff about 2.5, up in Bishopville 2.5, in the areas around Privateer 2, St. Matthews, where is it? St. Matthews 2 inches, Springfield 3 inches. This is just when the rain started. This is so far what we've gotten since about 2 o'clock this afternoon. A lot of rainfall, and that's why when we keep on saying that this is the type of conditions that you do not need to be out at all for any reason. Look at the watches and warnings that we have, and even though we've got considerable flooding going on and the rain is still coming down heavy, we still have this flash flood warning that this covers Lexington along the Riverwalk all the way through central portions of the Columbia metropolitan area, and this goes on for another 1.5 hours. With the amount of rainfall that we have gotten, we're still getting a lot more rainfall, and based on radar, it hasn't let up yet. So we still have a lot of rainfall that's coming through. But again, the chief thing, the concern that we have, of course, is a tornado warning that we have. Now we're going to zoom back into this storm, and we're going to look specifically on where everything is and where it's moving. So at this point, this is going to be along Highway 36, just about to cross over I-26, north of Bowman. This is the area where the circulation is, where we've gotten the confirmation, very likely still the tornado on the ground. It's moving to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So this storm, as it continues to move, we need to be watching this as well, of the potential of damage that this is going to continue. Move up here. So here's the storm, and let me put, again, a track on it. Let's see. So there's a storm, and I think this has been updated. Yep. Okay. Let me update this real quick. We've got a new tornado warning, and this is a tornado warning now. It's for the Bowman tornado, but we have a new tornado warning, and this is now going to be for Clarendon County, Orangeburg County continuing, and let me get that back up. So Clarendon County and the northern extension of Orangeburg County is now under this tornado warning. So again, from I-26 in Orangeburg County all the way across until you get to this split by Santee, Ellery, Vance, extending all the way into the central portions of Clarendon County, we have that new tornado warning. And Darcy, the most important thing everyone has to remember at this point is that we have a confirmed tornado. A lot of the areas in Clarendon County are still far away, but it is heading in that direction.
Confirmed tornado. We know that it is a tornado that has caused significant damage over in Allendale County. We know that there has been a tornado in Orangeburg County. We have not been able to get any updates from the National Weather Service on the amount of damage that's happening there. You're watching News 19 at 7 on WLTX as we continue to follow severe weather that is moving across the Midlands. Every portion of the Midlands has either been under a severe thunderstorm watch, a tornado watch, or warning for at least the last 5 hours. Since early this afternoon, we have been watching storms roll throughout the area. Many areas seeing lots of heavy rain, maybe some strong winds, but the most damage, as we just mentioned, again down in Allendale County as they're beginning the process of weathering the storm and cleaning up. We're going to head to one of the areas that see significant flooding every time we have weather like this, and that is down in 5 Points, the 5 Points area in Columbia. That's where we find News 19's Eleanor Tabone.
That's right, Darcy. Now, we are here out the back of TAPS Outpost in 5 Points. I want to show you the flooding here. Now, look how deep, Darcy, this water is. You can see my ankles are covered, right? That's how deep the water is here. We were here, Darcy, maybe 40 minutes ago, and I can tell you that water that I'm standing in now wasn't as deep as it is now. It's just continuing to pool, and as we show you, this water is the water that's flowing into the back of the building of TAPS Outpost in 5 Points, and it just continues to flow. It's not stopping, it's not letting up, and as you see, business owners here are shop vacuuming. They're continuing to try and get this water out of the building, but as you can see, the water is continuing to pool. It is continuing to pool here out the back of TAPS Outpost, and they're just not seeing it's just not relenting here. The storm drains, they're overflowing, and the businesses are doing the best they can to ensure that this water at the back of the building doesn't flow to the front where a majority of the businesses and workplaces are. But we will continue to keep you updated and monitor the conditions out here. For rolling updates, head to the WLTX website. Darcy?
Eleanor, thank you so much, and you make a very good point. We want to remind our viewers to make sure that they have the News 19 mobile app downloaded. We know with this much rain in some areas and still strong winds and even the possibility of tornadoes, there may be a point in time when you lose power. You don't want to lose contact with us, so make sure you have the News 19 mobile app downloaded, your cell phone charged, and then that way, no matter what's happening across the area, you'll be able to keep up to date with it. Let's go over to another portion of Southeast Columbia. This is Old Woodlands Road, and as you can see, this video was taken just a couple of minutes ago. There's a tremendous amount of water pooling on the road. The National Weather Service has said that we have seen anywhere from 2 to 4 inches of rain across the Midlands. In the Columbia area specifically, almost 3 inches of rain. The good news for those of you who are in Columbia is that the rain should be ending within the next hour. Across the rest of the Midlands, as this storm is moving from west to east, it could be up to 2 more hours before the rain comes to an end. And with that, there is still, again, the threat for severe storms as that storm moves west to east. We have seen lots of areas that have had flooding, from Orangeburg to Kershaw County to Newberry County. And as we've often heard from first responders and law enforcement, they encourage you not to drive through standing water. Turn around, don't drown. We've all heard that saying. And so they're, again, encouraging you to keep that in mind, and if nothing else, stay indoors if you don't have to go out. But again, the most significant damage that we've seen so far this evening in the state has been in Allendale County. This is a tornado, a very large tornado. The debris field, according to the National Weather Service, up to 10,000 feet in the air. Which means that as that storm went through, it took debris, whether it was tree limbs or portions of houses, the roof of a house. It went as high as 10,000 feet into the air. Again, that tornado confirmed in Allendale, a radar confirmed tornado in Orangeburg County. I believe, Corey, if you can chime in on this, has the National Weather Service confirmed that that tornado was actually on the ground? I know it's still not safe for them to send crews in, or are they just still saying that it was a radar indicated storm?
Yeah, so that Allendale storm that we saw earlier, National Weather Service confirmed that was on the ground. As you can see, there are a lot of pictures of damage. And this isn't just straight line wind damage. This is clearly tornado damage. There was a tornado on the ground. National Weather Service says this tornado itself possibly up to a mile wide. So we're not just talking about, these smaller tornadoes that impact a couple of houses. This is something that moves through a neighborhood and impacts everyone. We're going to be seeing a lot of damage reports, I think, coming out of Allendale, also out of Orangeburg County. This is the same system that moved through Orangeburg County and towards Clarendon a little bit earlier on in the day. I know we've had a couple of warned storms throughout the day, including one that we've seen going on right now that has produced a storm. So really looks like a not great situation down in Allendale. Moved very close to the city. Hopefully people are okay. They took shelter, took the correct precautions, because it looks like a pretty bad situation down there.
It does, and as we continue to move through these pictures, the folks back in the back can tell me what we're going to see next. And again, these are all photos from Allendale County. These are all pictures from the damage in Allendale County. For those of you who are in a situation where it is safe for you to take pictures, we encourage you, when it is safe, if it is safe, to make sure you submit those pictures to us here at WLTX. Of course, it helps us tell a more complete story when we can use your pictures to really undergird what our team of meteorologists are seeing. What other pictures do we have in the back? Is it just Allendale County, or do we have anything else right now? Okay. All right. It looks like it's just Allendale County that we have in the system right now. Corey, let me talk to you a little bit more about the origin of this storm system. Obviously, we know that it was a storm that was causing problems in the nation's midsection, even before it made it here to South Carolina.
Yeah, just over the last few days, we've been seeing severe weather out in Texas, a lot of hailstorms out there. The real tornado threat was going to be for the deep south into portions of the southeast, including us here in the Midlands. This is the third week in a row we've been dealing with severe weather across the region. So just really showing it is spring severe season. You got to take these storms seriously. And another thing as well, this isn't the only storm that produced a tornado. We had a confirmed report up in Newberry County by the airport. We also had a tornado crossing I-20 over in Lexington County. We've had multiple tornadoes pass through the southern portions of the Midlands. That's including Orangeburg into Clarendon County. So we have seen multiple damaging storms, multiple severe storms, multiple tornadoes pushing through the Midlands today. This is one of the most active days, to be honest, that we've seen in the last few years across the region, and definitely something that we need to be watching as we go forward. You can see right here, this is actually the storm reports over the day. You can see all these tornado reports across the deep south. So from Mississippi as you go towards Alabama, Georgia, but really the thing that really sticks out for me is the amount of tornado reports over in South Carolina. We've seen 48 reports over the last 24 hours. It's been quite an active period here across the South. It looks, thankfully for us in the Midlands, I think in the next 2 hours we're going to start to move out. Let's go ahead though and switch over. I'm going to switch things over to the radar real quick, and we're going to take a look at, we do have a tornado warning out currently in our viewing area, and this is the one that we've been tracking in Orangeburg County. I'm going to pull up the latest information on that so you guys can see that on your screen. But places like Santee, Somerton, underneath that warning, it is for Calhoun, Clarendon, and Orangeburg counties until 7:45. So these are counties that have seen multiple tornadic storms moving through today. It's been a very active day. I'm sure you're tired with dealing with all this. The good news is I think this is the last one of these types of storms that we're going to be seeing moving through this area, but it has produced a tornado already, so we need to take it seriously. Let's take a little bit of a closer look at what's going on. We're going to switch things over to the wind. point just so you can see where we are or maybe not seeing any rotation with this storm. So let me go ahead. I'm going to switch that over to velocity, and we're going to be able to see what's going on inside the storm and kind of diagnose if we expect this to continue producing a tornado or if we're going to just see this maybe go on a weakening trend, which would be nice. So it looks like right now the rotation just to the north of Santee. I'm going to zoom in right here. The good news that I'm seeing right now, compared to earlier, this is some pretty broad rotation. So I'm going to circle what you can see as the rotation. Santee is going to be right on the screen, I-95, US 301, as well towards Partersville and Felderville. Right here is where the rotation is. That's what we're watching. 95 right here on the right side of your screen. US 301 right along going across your screen here. That's the rotation, pretty broad right now. That is very good. This looked a lot more significant earlier. So hopefully this is the trend with this storm. You know, as we get a little bit later on in the day, we're going to have a little bit less energy in the atmosphere to work with. And of course, as this works towards the east, it's going to push everything, at least the good amount of energy out towards the coast as well. So hopefully this might be, the end of the storm. I'm going to switch over to another product as well. I always like to check to see, if we have any damage. The rotation can look weak, but we can be tracking damage. And that's another thing. Look at this. Remember earlier we were talking about those brighter colors, those blues, those yellows when they show up as a circle? There's none where that rotation is showing up. So that tells me there's very likely not a tornado on the ground, but that doesn't mean don't act like there's not a tornado warning. I want you to be in your house, be in a safe space. If you're in Santee, Parlor, Partersville, there is rotation with the storm, and it can just take 5 minutes for this to strengthen and produce another tornado that would be on the ground again. So just take the precautions necessary. We've been dealing with this for hours now, and this continues to be something that we watch across really the southern Midlands has been the hot spot for us today. You can see that rotation just moving a little bit to the east now. So we've had some new scans. St. Paul, you're in the tornado warning as well. And I'm going to put a track on this actually and put some of the communities that are in the path of this system. So I'm going to zoom out just a little bit more so we can see the entire warning that is with this. This continues well out east. So Somerton, you are in this as well. You can see US 15 there on the right side of the warning. I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this moving to the northeast currently, and we'll put it out just about 30 minutes or so. So these are all the communities within 30 minutes. Parlor, 713. St. Paul, 725. Somerton, 729. Silver, 734. And Jordan, 739. These are communities that we've already said today. We've seen multiple storms moving through here. If the last one didn't give you a tornado, that doesn't mean that this one won't either. So please take this seriously. If you're in this box, please be in your safe space. Please try to find shelter. If you're in a mobile home, try to get to a place that you can be safe as you go throughout the next 30 to 40 minutes as you continue to see the storm. Like we said, though, good news is I think the rotation is a little bit more broad here. So that's what we're watching here. I don't know if we have Efren over there to give us the latest. Have you heard anything from the National Weather Service recently?
Well, there's one thing that we have heard, which is really some great news. To begin with, the tornado watch for Newberry, Saluda, and Lexington, as well as Aiken County, they're done. We still have a tornado watch for Richland, Sumter, Clarendon, Calhoun, and Orangeburg County until 9 o'clock. But the damage is already done, and it's still ongoing. So far, just in the Midlands alone, we've gotten at least 6 tornado reports, thunderstorm damage, as well as heavy rainfall, hail, and flash flooding. That's what we've had so far, and we still got activity going. We still have an aerial flood advisory for the central, north central, and eastern portions of the Midlands with the amount of rainfall that we've had and the amount of rainfall that we're still getting. And including with that, we still have the flash flood warning for the Columbia metropolitan area along and everything east of the river, going into areas of Ravenwood up into Forest Acres and then all the way down to Carolina Eastman. This continues for at least another hour and 15 minutes. Then of course we've got all of the reports that we have with the tornado reports that are going through. As of right now, the one thing that we have not seen any reports yet of damage that's been occurring in the storm that we've been constantly watching. So let's go back into this storm, and bear with me one moment. I'm getting some information here. So yeah, they're continuing the tornado warning, and let me go up here. Oh, by the way, the severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings that we've had in the low country, they seem to be staying in the low country. This one here, moving through Dorchester, we're gonna have to watch carefully to see if it actually crosses over into extreme eastern portions of Orangeburg. But the one right now that we're still continuing to watch is this one right here. Just got an update from the National Weather Service. So latest information on this storm. It continues to move. Let's see, it's moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. It's over Santee State Park. So as we've been indicating, there it is, right along 301 is Santee State Park, moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour, and it's still a radar-indicated tornado. Again, the difference between a radar-indicated and a confirmed is that by our computers, the radar looks like that it is possible that it's producing a tornado. We have not gotten confirmation as of yet. But as far as the motion on this storm, and let's get a track on this. Give me just 1 second. So 45 miles an hour, and put it right about here. So on a swath, we're looking at Santee, basically now. Somerton, 732. Silver, 737. Areas around Bloomville, I'm going to say probably about 728. Paxville, 742. Manning, if it holds its strength as a tornado warned storm, right at the end of the warning around 746. Now, if we look at velocity rather, and see what the storm is, there's the storm right now, and I can do this without it jumping around. Going to put a storm motion on this to see what it's looked like, its entire evolution. So when the storm first developed in Roseville, where it was confirmed a tornado, very strong, crossed over near Bowman, as it crossed over the highway into the areas around where it is now over at the Santee State Park, it looks like it has been falling apart. A good thing. But nevertheless, we have seen already 3 different tornado warnings where the tornadoes occurred, it was confirmed, they were destructive tornadoes, they fell apart, and then somewhere downstream, they cycled up again. So there's a little bit of caution to the wind since we still have this warning until 7:45. It has moved through areas of the southern, south central Midlands, and as it continues to move through, now about to cross over into Clarendon County, Darcy, it is weakening. But again, we're watching very carefully in case it does re-intensify.
Afrin, thank you so much. Again, you've got your hands full in the Weather Center, so let me handle it just for a minute or two. We know that lawmakers in the State House were evacuated down into the basement, down into the bunker of the basement, bunker of the State House about an hour ago. Bobby Cox, a representative from the upstate, said tornado warning forced the legislature into the State House basement. Never seen this part of the Capitol. Stay safe out there is what he says. And that was about an hour ago, 30 minutes ago. They made their way back into onto the floor, and as you can see, we've had a tremendous amount of rain across the Midlands for several hours. The rain started falling about 1 o'clock this afternoon, and it has not stopped. National Weather Service estimates show that there's anywhere from 2 to 4 inches of rain across the Midlands, up to 3 inches of rain in Columbia. The good news, as we just heard from Efren just a couple of minutes ago, is that within the next hour, the rain should be coming to an end here in Columbia within 2 hours across the Midlands. This is a viewer submitted picture along I-20. This viewer says they were on their way back from Augusta. As they were traveling back from the Masters, you can see that those trees are down, and that has been the case across a good bit of that area from Aiken to Allendale and even into southern portions of Orangeburg County. There has been a lot of damage. Now, there have been some areas that have seen lots of water on the road, areas like over in Newberry County, as well as some street flooding in parts of Richland County and even over in Kershaw County. This is video from Columbia. As you can see, crews there trying to get the debris off of the road so that the drains can work like they're supposed to work. This looks like the area near Whaley's Mill. If that's okay, so that is the area near Whaley's Mill. Anybody familiar with that area knows that it is one of those places in the city of Columbia, in the capital city, that is prone to flooding anytime there is a tremendous amount of rain in the area. And so again, National Weather Service reporting 3 inches of rain in Columbia. Again, more video out of the Midlands. You can see those headlights and those windshield wipers working as people were trying to make their way out of the rain and ponding. And a huge issue across many areas. It's part of the reason why at the State House there's always legislation about working on infrastructure in South Carolina. This viewer submitted a picture of my backyard at 6 Mile Creek. From my vantage point, it looks like that they've got some tree limbs down and some damage there. Again, the majority of the damage that we have seen across South Carolina has, again, been in Allendale County. It has been a significant amount of damage, not only to homes, but also to businesses. And then we're also learning that schools are going to be closed in that area tomorrow. Let me see if I can pull up that last tweet from the Edisto Electric Co-op. They said, we can confirm that a tornado has touched down in Allendale County. Unfortunately, has damaged parts of our distribution system in that area. We have 5 broken poles and down lines that we know of. Additional crews are responding to help assess the situation and to make repairs with down poles and lines. Repairs could take longer. What does that mean? Power is out in that area. Nightfall is about to be upon them, and they have seen significant damage. I mentioned just a couple of minutes ago about the schools being closed. Allendale County saying, again, telling parents because of the damage in that area, schools will be closed tomorrow. And then this is a picture submitted to us from one of our viewers. This is where, waiting for my producer to tell me again where this area is. It appears to be Divine Street in Columbia. Again, one of those areas that we know there is often ponding when we have seen this type of rain in the area. So when it is safe, we do ask you to submit those pictures. Another viewer who stopped at a traffic light sent in this picture. And again, that's right there near Dreer High School. And you can see people slowly making their way through that intersection near Dreer and Dunkin' Donuts in the grocery store. And as they're moving through that area, if there are any first responders, law enforcement watching, they're probably all shaking their heads saying this is exactly what we don't want people to do. You don't know how deep the water is, and it becomes incredibly dangerous. That is an incredibly dangerous situation to put yourself in, to drive through standing water like that. But again, we cannot stress to you enough that the majority of the damage that we are seeing, again, over in Allendale County, when it comes to significant damage, we know that there have been confirmed tornadoes across portions of Orangeburg County as well as Lexington County. Safe to say that every portion of the Midlands has been under some type of severe weather watch or warning today. Corey Smith standing by now with an update on what we're seeing. Corey.
Yeah, so let's talk about those rainfall amounts. These are the official rainfall totals so far today, and this is why we're dealing with flooding across the Midlands. 2.1 inches in Winsboro, only 0.34 inches in Camden, so not a lot of rain there, but other places where we've seen these storms for the last few hours, downtown Columbia, 3.12 inches, at the airport sitting at 2.5, and Aiken right around 2.5 as well. Sumter 2.25 inches. So we've seen some pretty high rainfall amounts with this system, and that's why we are seeing, even though we've been so dry recently, flash flooding across the Midlands. Like Darcy said, if you see any water on the roadways, please do not drive through that. We talk about tornadoes, we talk about wind, we talk about hail when it comes to severe weather, but the #1 killer when it comes to weather is people driving into floodwaters and your car floats away. So please do not put yourself in this situation. And then also you're going to be putting first responders at risk as well. So just please, something you can avoid there. But let's take a look at the radar, talk about what's going on right now. Things looking a little bit better from what we saw earlier. So I'm going to pull up the radar. You can see a lot of the precipitation now in the eastern part of the state, or at least east of 77. So this is what we're watching here. We're going to send things back over to Efren. He's going to talk more about what's going on right now and talk about what we can expect over the next few hours.
Well, we have a new tornado warning that was just issued by the National Weather Service. This is going to be primarily for Berkeley and Dorchester County, but it does include Orangeburg County. So let me fix that because that is not pulling them correctly. But again, another tornado warning for the Midlands, and this has been really the ongoing theme that we've gone through. So this is for Clarendon and Orangeburg County. This is the storm right now. That's not the storm. Let's try that again. There are so many storms right now that are active. So let's get the right one. Okay, so it's a storm right here. And this is the tornado warning that we now have. Remember, we were tracking that storm in Dorchester County. Well, its position right now is, let's see, it's just by Harleyville, as we indicated, and it's moving to the northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So if you live anywhere from Holly Hill, Utahville, Utah Springs, Tugtown, Four Holes, this entire area, this is the one specifically for Orangeburg County, that little sliver east of I-95 that we're watching for the tornado warning. It is moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour, and we put a little bit more of a trajectory of where it is. There's a tornado. There it is in Harleyville, and it's moving northeast. So as we take a look of what we're going to be experiencing, at least in the Orangeburg area, put a track on this. So we're looking at getting it to Four Holes at about 7:28. So you have about a minute before it comes through. Holly Hill, 7:32. Utahville, 7:45. Now this is going to continue moving very quickly, so you don't have a lot of time to prepare. Take your tornado precautions now, because this is accelerating and moving into that extreme eastern portion of Orangeburg County. The information, let me see what the winds are doing on this storm. So we're looking at 50 mile an hour plus winds and the possibility of a tornado being produced coming out of Harleyville. So again, eastern portions of Orangeburg County, be aware that is heading into your direction. And then speaking of Orangeburg County, we still have the other tornado warning that is involving the other portion of the Midlands, specifically in Clarendon County. Now this tornado warning, and I'll get to the other beep that just occurred. So this one is going to continue for another 17, 18 minutes or so. We're still looking at the possibility of the damaging winds associated with this tornadic storm, and it's right over Somerton. So Paxville Highway, all the way to Manning, straight across I-95, Somerton, Bloomville, Highway 260, all the way down to Bass Drive at the split of I-95. This central area in Clarendon County, you are under the tornado warning. And to put a position where this is currently, there's the circulation. Now, it is right on top of Somerton. It is weak. That is a good thing. It is weak. But again, as I mentioned before, a lot of these storms become cycling, so we need to watch this very carefully as we go through the next 30 minutes. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and if you bear with me, I want to get rid of the tornado notification. So here's the new warning, and it covers a good portion of Calhoun, Clarendon, Lee, and Sumter counties. So bear with me while I pull this out. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado. So a tornado can be produced out of this. If the signature looks like it's going to be a tornado, they'll change this to a tornado warning. But here's the line right now. It essentially goes from I-20 and looks just around through west of Lynchburg, right through Maysville, and then going into Sumter County, into East Sumter, downtown Sumter, through Privateer, all the way down to east of Pinewood, and then extending into all portions of western, central, eastern, and northern Clarendon County. This is a line that we're watching that has got the severe potential. It's one long line. A lot of people use these big words. They call it a QLCS. In English, it's a squall line, and this squall line has the capability of doing little spin-ups in the middle of the storm. So that is one thing that we're going to be watching. If we take a look at velocity to see where these little spin-ups may occur, you can see right now that we're looking at areas just outside of I-20 in eastern Lee County, areas right over Sumter County, that's the area, again, of something we need to watch. Then, of course, you have in Clarendon County, the area around Somerton. So this entire line, we're watching very carefully for the possibility of this spinning up. Make sure that I have that information on here of how strong the winds are. And again, there's not a lot of lightning associated with this, which is a far cry of what we were dealing with earlier today. But this storm looks like we've got the likelihood of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So let me move this over out of the way. So this entire line from central Lee through central Sumter and western Clarendon County, this entire line may produce up to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts as it marches to the east. It's moving to the east at 55 miles an hour. So let's clear this up and get a trajectory on that. So this entire line that's moving very quickly at 55 miles an hour. So here's the line. And we're looking at getting into Manning now. Alcaloo, 733, Maysville, Lees County, and Lynchburg, 735, 737. Turbeville, Shiloh, 748. Turbyville, 748. So we only have anywhere from now to about 10, 12 minutes before you start feeling the wind gust potential of 60 miles an hour in these areas of Lee, Sumter, and Clarendon counties. And in addition to that, we're still watching this tornado warning that will continue for at least another another 14 minutes. And again, that is for the central portion of Clarendon County. Let's take a look at what the winds are doing, because that will tell us if it's intensifying or not. And storm relative velocity, we've got a little bit of activity still, just about a mile northeast of Somerton, right along the highway. So let us move this around. Interesting feature there they're going to have to take a look at. But here's the storm, so let's put this into motion and see if it's actually starting to intensify or not. It was strong and starting to fade away when it got through Santee State Park. It was still falling apart in Somerton, but as you can see, the colors are indicating that it may be cycling again. We've got winds that are deviating from the center of the circulation. So we got this spin and we got this spin. So again, we got to watch very carefully right at the underpass of 301 crossing over the interstate in this area. So if you're in Manning, Alcaloo, you should already be taking your tornado precautions. This motion is pretty much right along 301. So you should be taking your tornado precautions already in Alcaloo and Manning as this continues to move through. Let me take a look at, I really want to know what all of this is, because there's a lot going on in there. Let's see. Okay, it's this little hole here is what I was looking at, and velocity shows that there's not a lot of activity. It's a dead space, but it's still part of the entire mesocyclone, the entire cell that is moving through. So again, from I-95 across the Paxville Highway through Manning and up to Alcaloo, you should take your tornado precautions. Now, let me put out some quick good news, because other than that, we only have the tornado watch for Richland, Sumter, Clarendon, Orangeburg, and Calhoun County. Well, I guess this is going to make a lot of people feel a lot better of what we got right there, because all of the activity right now is in the eastern Midlands. So the bottom line, Fairfield, Lexington, Aiken, well, most of Aiken, Edgefield, Saluda, Newberry counties, the precipitation, the storms, they're done. We don't even have a tornado watch there. It's starting to come to an end in Kershaw County. The precipitation along and south of I-20 should be gone in the next 30 minutes, if not sooner. The precipitation in lower Richland County should be gone in the next 15 to 30 minutes. And then Calhoun County still have a lot of precipitation on the eastern side. That should start tapering off probably in the next half hour. Orangeburg, we still have a lot of activity, and of course, the activity we have in portions of Lee, Sumter, Clarendon, and Orangeburg County. But these storms continue to move through, and the storms that we've been talking about in Orangeburg, that's the biggest one that we have right now, because that still is a tornado-warned storm. And right now, in that portion of Orangeburg, it's just the eastern portions of the state, but nevertheless, it is a storm that continues to move through. And really, we're talking about the areas from Utahville all the way to Holly Hill and points east. Taking a look at the reflectivity of where the center is, that's where it is right now. So that's a little bit more towards Four Holes and Tugtown. But this is the trajectory of where it is, and we look at storm relative velocity. This may be more of the spin, but nevertheless, you're still in the tornado-warned area. So from Utahville to Holly Hill, all the way to the eastern county line, just watch very carefully, because this thing is the one that we're watching the most for the potential of it spinning up a storm. The Clarendon County, oh, this is wonderful news, folks. Take a look at this. The Clarendon County tornado, even though it looked like it was cycling, they've canceled the tornado warning. They did not let it expire, so that's telling us that it is no longer a threat. Now, we still have a lot of strong winds in this area, but again, the tornado warning is dropped. So let's go back to the watches and warnings. So as it stands right now, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning for Lee, Sumter, and Clarendon County. The tornado warning in at least the southwestern portions of Clarendon County is now gone. The tornado warning that we have for the areas of Orangeburg and that little portion of Clarendon County, let me pull that up. That warning continues for another 9 minutes, but when we take a look at where the storm currently is, it's just on the doorstep of now crossing out of Orangeburg County. So they may very likely let this expire, but it's still a tornado warning. And when we look at the severe thunderstorm warning, that's still in place. Again, we're talking about the areas of the eastern Midlands where we have still the possibility of a tornado, but more importantly, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts when it comes to areas of the eastern Midlands. The line right now is essentially, well, that wasn't supposed to be there. Let's change that. The line right now of where the wind gusts will be from Lynchburg, just to the east of Oswego, east of Sumter, heading down probably more east of Privateer, and then into the northern portions of Clarendon County around Manning. And again, it's continued to move at about 55 miles an hour. We had an update on that tornado warning, and the good news is that the tornado warning that they're currently indicating, which is just for Berkeley County, that's just this cell that's coming just over across. But the tornado warning that we have, there's their storm, there's our storm, and it is noticeably falling apart. So that's a good thing that we have. And as I switch over here, Corey, if you can just check on the velocities on the eastern Midland storms, then I'll toss it over to you. But I'll tell you the one thing, Corey, that we've got right now going for us is that it is starting to clear up on a good portion of the Midlands, but we still have all of that activity. Even though we have that one tornado warning and the severe thunderstorm warning, I suspect, unless you see something different, that tornado warning that we have for that little sliver of eastern Orangeburg and Clarendon County is probably going to be allowed to expire, even though we got those severe thunderstorm warnings that are moving through our eastern Midland communities.
Yeah, Efren, I'd probably have to agree with that. I mean, we're just not seeing anything that impressive anymore with rotation. Just taking a look at things across the area, it's really turned into more of a severe thunderstorm threat. Let me go ahead and switch things over to my computer so we can show you what's going on. But really right now, what we're seeing, like Efren said, is things starting to switch nature here. We're going from a tornado threat, I think, more towards a wind threat with what is left in the viewing area. And the good news is a lot of us us are not dealing with anything anymore. Places to the east of I-26, pretty much clear now. It's places like Manning, Sumter, towards Shiloh, down towards Santee, where we're still seeing some rain falling, Holly Hill as well. And that's where we have the tornado warning out. Let's take a little closer look at that, what's going on with this, and kind of diagnose this storm, what we're seeing and what we think is going to happen. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and then we're going to switch over, like Efren said, back over to velocity and take a look at the winds that we're seeing. And there is still some rotation with this storm, but nothing really that tight. So we're seeing the rotation right here near Cross. This is South Carolina State Road 6, and then 45 Utahville's out to the north and west. Utahville, you're not underneath this morning, but this is going to continue to work towards the north and west. I'll circle where we're seeing some rotation right now, but it is very weak. So it's really right near Cross, a little bit to the north, but we're not seeing those distinct color differences. We're not seeing things close together. That's telling me we really don't have much of a tornado threat right now with this. Does that mean that's going to change? Well, I mean, it very well could. We've been seeing storms today that have cycled, they've weakened, they've gotten stronger, and hopefully this is a trend of just getting weaker at this point. We are starting to get a little bit later on in the day, so 7:40 p.m. currently right now. A little bit less energy in the atmosphere now that we're going to lose some of that daytime heating. So I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this just to say where we could see some communities impacted by this. Pineville 757, 801 St. Stephen, 807 Bethel School, 807 Gordon, and an 811 Lane. Like we said, the rotation, not very impressive. We've seen much more impressive storms today that did produce tornadoes. This is not one of them. That tornado warning itself, I'm going to pull it up so you guys have the information on your screen as well while we're talking about it. It is going to be out until 8 p.m. That's going to be a radar indicated tornado. So with that being said, it's not confirmed. We haven't seen any damage with this. We haven't seen any reports coming out of this circulation that we've seen anything really going on. And to be honest, for our viewing area towards Clarendon County, it's pretty much passing you guys at this point to the south. So we're really, I think, out of the biggest impacts with this storm. I want to take a little bit of a broader look, though, at the Midlands, what we're seeing right now, because we are starting to see things push out of a good portion of the viewing area. So I'm going to zoom out and switch back over to rain, and we can take a look at what's going on with this, because we did see some very heavy rain across the Midlands, anywhere from 2 to 4 inches or more. And we do have the possibility, we haven't talked about it much, of more thunderstorms tomorrow that could bring us some more rain. So a lot of saturated ground, and when you get winds with all this rain ahead of it, so we're seeing some gusty conditions. That's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning out. But because we have that, really not seeing much in the way, or you could see some tree damage with any of these gusty winds. I do want to take a closer look. Tornado warning coming out of Manning here as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, Efren, but I don't think that there's really any circulation along this line. We'd have these tornado warnings out, but there's nothing really that's screaming out to me, at least, that we have a tornado on the ground or are likely to have a tornado on the ground here in the near term. So that's kind of the good thing here. Take a closer look at this warning. This is right along 95 here. Manning, just outside the warning. But really, there's not really an area of circulation that we can discern here in this warning. And that's a good thing. I want to make that clear. We don't really see much in a way of anything that's spinning with this storm as well. And then, of course, the line itself bringing gusty winds across the area. But really, I think at this point, we're starting to see things move out of the viewing area. For the most part, a lot of us are dry at this point in time. As this continues to work towards the east, you can see right now, we'll talk about the rain just because we don't have much in the way of any concerns, I think, with the tornado warnings that are out. We're not really seeing any rotation. Let's talk about this heavy rain right along I-95. A lot of people probably traveling there. And to be honest, that might be more of a concern for people out on the roads. We're just really not seeing any rotation with these tornado warnings right now, which is definitely some good news. So let's head back over to Efren. Your thoughts on this? I think things are looking a lot better than what we saw an hour, 2 hours ago here across the Midlands.
Yeah, my apologies. I hit the button while you were talking, and I messed up what you were showing. But yeah, we do have that new tornado warning, and let me just get back up there real quick. So the tornado warning just got issued, and make sure that I have it up here. So here's a tornado warning that Corey was mentioning. It's a tornado warning from an observed storm that we had initially. Now, make sure I have the information correct on here from this warning. So confirmed, no, actually it's a confirmed tornado. It's right over Alcaloo, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So this is a radar confirmed tornado. The National Weather Service doesn't have anybody with eyes on it, but based on the radar telemetry, it's indicating that there is a confirmed tornado. So this is going to be right over Alcaloo. It is moving to the northeast at about 60 miles an hour. So right over Enterprise School, we're looking at probably around 7:45 right now. It's going to get over to New Zion, Sardinia 747, New Zion 749, Turbyville 752, Shiloh 755, Olanta 750. Now it's updated. Thank you so much. And this is going to continue to move. So the next 15 minutes, anywhere along I-95 west or east in areas of Clarendon County as well as into Sumter County, take your tornado precautions right now. Let's take a look at the velocity and see what they are looking at. So there's a storm right now. It doesn't look like much. In fact, let's just zoom in to this area. This is the area that they are watching right now. Two things to keep in mind. One, this is really far away from the radar. So what we're looking at is not so much at the ground. We're probably looking at about 3,000 feet up. So this is indicating that there is circulation in the air, but they've already confirmed that the tornado has already occurred in Alcaloo. So this is going to be a confirmed tornado that we need to take your tornado precautions right now. Let me switch over to the velocity. And again, it's, oh, there it is. Sorry, I had the wrong one. So you can see the circulation is moving through. All of this is going to be moving right along 301. So this is the area that we need to watch very carefully and make sure that everyone is taking their tornado precautions in this area that I'm about to pull up. So there's the warn, and this is the area that we need to watch that's under the tornado warning. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning of an observed tornado over Alcaloo moving to the northeast at about 60 miles an hour. This tornado warning will go until 8:15. So live for Clarendon County. It live anywhere to the west or the east of I-95 all the way up to the county line. Take your tornado precautions right now. If you live in areas of extreme eastern portions of Sumter County, again, the west and east side of I-95 in Sumter County, you need to take your tornado precautions at this time. In Lee County, and yes, it's far away, but keep in mind that that extreme eastern portion, so right along the Lynchburg, I wasn't supposed to be there, right along the Lynches River, Lynchburg, east of Maysville, you should be taking your tornado precautions as well. This is the line that we're going to be watching for the development, and at this time right now, we have not got confirmation where it is. The last confirmation we got, it was over Alcaloo, and again, moving 60 miles an hour. So its position is probably going to be along 301, about maybe 3 miles to the northeast of Alcaloo. And let me get rid of all of this stuff and see if we can define it. Well, there it is, folks. And make sure I've got the spot. So this is the area where it is. So assuming that it's already moved as fast as it is, it's going to be somewhere in this general area. So It's going to be west of 527 along North Brewington Road and north of Juneburn Road, moving to the northeast. So this is the area right now east of 301 where it's moving through. And pull this out a little bit more in Clarendon County. So there's the spot. Let's see how it's moving. It's moving a little bit more north-northeast. So from that position, we'll put the warning back on and its position and its trajectory at 60 miles an hour now. So this area here is where you should be taking your tornado precautions. Sardinia in about 5 minutes. New Zion 7:57. Turbyville 8 o'clock sharp. 8:02 Shiloh. So again, anywhere in this area, it's a little bit more to the east of I-95. Regardless, from I-95 Alkaloo all the way up to Shiloh, and then all points east, getting into the county line and the northeastern portions of Clarendon County, you should take your tornado precautions. In Sumter County, along and east of I-95, you should also be taking your tornado precautions. I don't know how much cycling this has done, but the key thing that we're looking at is how the winds have definitely been picking up. It's another interesting feature over by Turbyville. Let me just take a look at that real quick. Noticeable possible something over in Turbyville. So 2 areas that we need to be watching. All of this is under the tornado warning. We have this that is now moving towards just north of Paxville Highway, and then we've got this other one that I'm not exactly sure what it is yet, that is just outside on the east side of town of Turbyville, and of course there's 301. So anywhere in this area along 378 and 301, you watch this very carefully because I'm going to wait until the next scan, which is in about 2 minutes or less. They'll update what that is. And of course, we've got the tornado warning storm that is now approaching about maybe a little bit south of Sardinia. And, okay, let's see if that is really doing anything. So there's a storm that I'm watching. It's now just to the east of Turbyville. And looks like there's a little bit of some cyclonic motion, anticyclonic motion, maybe spinning up a little bit there just to the south of Atlanta. But nevertheless, this is right on the border of the county line of Clarendon County. This is still the primary threat, and it continues to move. Now, the warning, and let's just put up on the warnings itself. So here's our here's our tornado warning. And put the information on there. Tornado warning initially observed down in Alkaloo, moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. Based on its projected path, if this continues through, we should be hopefully clearing out of any portion of the Midlands in the next possibly 10 minutes or so. So again, watching very carefully, but the radar keeps on updating, so we're going to continue under the assumption that we do still have at least tornadic winds, if not a confirmed tornado. Its position is going to be just, if you triangulate it, south of Sardinia, about maybe 3 miles, east of Alkaloo by about 4 miles. There is the storm that's moving through. The other one that's just crossing over 378 east of Turbyville is now pushing out of Clarendon County. There's still a lot of strong winds associated with this entire complex along and east of I-95, but nevertheless, that is the tornado warning that we continue for at least until 8:15. But the storm itself may be crossing out of Clarendon County a little bit earlier than that. The tornado warning that we did have earlier for the southern extension that involved Clarendon and Orangeburg County, that they have allowed to expire. In fact, we'll go to that storm right now and look at the conditions. So that storm that we had, remember, that was the portion of Holly Hill, Utahville, Lake Marion, just south of Bloomville. That's gone. There's no more warning there. So we have no longer any warnings in Orangeburg County. Thank goodness. And if we have any other activity, the only activity we have right now is going to be just to the central eastern portions of the Midlands. So even though we still have this severe thunderstorm warning, you can tell that the activity, the activity pretty much along 15 from Lafayette Road, Highway 15 through central Sumter County, all the way up through Ashwood and areas along and east of Highway 31 in Lee County. That's where the activity is. Everything else on the western side of Lee and Sumter County, it's done. And just to make sure, there is absolutely nothing else going on. So northern, western, central portions of the Midlands, it is tapering down. But that's the only activity we have now, Darcy, is just that one tornado warning in the extreme east central portions of our Midland communities.
Friend, after about 5.5 hours, things are finally starting to quiet down across the Midlands, but not before we have seen significant damage in Allendale County. Let's take a look at what viewers are sending in. As you can see, trees are down across the roads. There has been significant damage in that area to homes and businesses and structures. That's the bad news. The good news, no loss of life because of this storm system. We have seen property damage, but there has been no loss of life because of this storm system reported in South Carolina. So as we continue to follow the path of the storm and watch as it moves from the west to the east, Efren just told us just moments ago, things are going to be looking up for us this evening. But we just heard from Corey Smith just a couple of minutes ago. We could be doing this all again tomorrow. With that being said, we're going to turn things over and check in with News 19's Eleanor Tabone. She is in the 5 Points area. Eleanor, you've been checking in with business owners. This is an area that is prone to flooding, and because of almost 3 inches of rain in Columbia this evening, the cleanup has already started.
That's right, Darcy. We are here at TAP's outpost in 5 Points, and I'm going to walk you along and I'm going to show you the cleanup that's happening. Watch your step there, Chris. But as you can see here, this barrel is filled with water that was sucked up from the back of the building. Now, according to Ashley Lindler, who is a business owner here, this barrel of water, it only took 2 minutes, Darcy, for this entire barrel to fill up. 2 minutes. And I'm here with Ashley as well, and she is continuing to clean up. And Ashley is here with me now. Ashley, you've been here since the early afternoon. How is the cleanup going?
I mean, it's like drinking from a fire hose. So it just keeps going and going. But we'll stay here and keep pumping water and sweeping in drains. And so we're trying to figure out, someone's gone to get a sump pump right now. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that'll take care of things. But we'll be here until there is no more water, I guess.
Ashley, I've seen you all working so hard this afternoon. How many times do you think you've emptied one of these barrels?
Well, I mean, right now we have 4, maybe 3 small shop vacs going, and then we have the big one. So the small ones have been, I don't even know. It's just like repetitive for repetitive. So it's a lot.
I mean, you guys have been working so hard physically, mentally. How are you getting through this evening?
I mean, you know, I'm eating almonds and drinking wine, so we're good.
Well, there you go, Darcy. The only way to get through a night like this is, like Ashley said, to drink some wine. We'll take it back to you.
Tabone, thank you so much, and best of luck to those shop owners, the folks down in 5 Points who unfortunately have to deal with this so many times over and over again. And again, part of the reason why there's always conversation about infrastructure improvements, not only in Columbia, but across the entire state. We talked about Allendale and the significant amount of damage that they've had this evening throughout the day because of the tornadoes. And as we continue to get more pictures in, we do want to let folks know that the Allendale County School District has already said no school tomorrow, e-learning day for us tomorrow. There's been a significant amount of damage, again, to homes and businesses in that area. And the Edisto Electric Co-op saying they've got down lines. That means the power is out across a good bit of that area, and so they're continuing to work to try to get those power lines back up, get the power back on for those homes and businesses. And with that being said, I'm sure that we're going to be hearing from our local co-op co-ops and electric companies about how they're going to be moving in to help them clean up and get the lights back on, because that's what happens in these kinds of situations. Corey Smith is standing by. Again, Corey, just a couple of minutes ago, you and I were talking. The National Weather Service in Columbia, 15 tornado warnings today. In all of last year, in all of 2021, there were only 17 tornado warnings issued by the National Weather Service in Columbia. Today, to say that we can describe today as a day with a tornado outbreak, really not, when you look at those numbers, it really doesn't feel like an overstatement.
Yeah, this is, like we've said before, this is something we haven't seen in a couple years, and it is something, you know, that we wish we didn't have to see. But the good news is we're starting to quiet down. We still have some tornado warnings out. There's still one out until 8:15 p.m., so 15 minutes. That includes Clarendon, Lee, and Sumter counties. I want to show you something here. We're looking at the correlation coefficient once again. So this is the product that we use to see damage, and this is why it was a radar confirmed tornado. So I'm going to remove the warning information, and you're going to see, I'm going to move it back about 30 minutes, where we had debris just to the north and east of Manning. So I'm going to move the scans a little bit here, and you're going to see what we're talking about, just moving north of Manning. So right here, you're going to see a yellow on the screen. That was the debris that was being picked up. That's what prompted the tornado warning across this portions of the Midlands, right around 95. But watch this, as we put it forward in time, closer to now, we're seeing everything start to disperse out. So the yellow's going everywhere. That indicates the debris is up in the air, but we're not seeing anything new being placed on the ground, it looks like, right now. Potentially maybe something trying to redevelop right to the south of Turbyville here. So I'm going to switch us over to velocity. The one difficult thing about this storm is we're getting a little bit further from the radar site at Columbia Metro Airport. So we're not getting scans at the surface. These are a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. I'm going to switch over to velocity, where we are seeing at least possibly some rotation left. It's going to be in the southern portion of this warning area. I'm going to zoom in where we're seeing things right now, just to the east of New Zion. So the rotation is right here. We're going to circle it. New Zion right here, Turbyville right here, Terrell Crossroad just to the east. This is US 378 to the north. Burt Branch Road is right where that circulation is probably passing over right now. So if there is a tornado on the ground, it's going to be right in this location. But we only have 15 minutes left of this tornado warning. They didn't extend it either. So that's telling me maybe the threat is starting to die down just a little bit. But of course, if you are in these locations, if you're towards Sardina, you don't have to deal with this anymore. This is moving to your east. But places where we do have the circulation right now, over towards Terrell Crossroad, towards US 378, make sure you're in your safe space. Make sure you're taking some shelter from this storm. We've seen multiple times today storms spin up, produce tornadoes, and we've seen a lot of damage across South Carolina so far today. So a lot of history with these storms, but the good news, like we talked about, things look to be dying down. I'm going to take a little bit of a broader view. You can see our system here, or at least our one tornado warning right now, and it looks like we might have a new tornado warning out. So let me go ahead. I'm going to pull that up. So at 7:58, a new tornado warning out. Let me get that. Sorry, closed the thing. But let me go ahead and I'm going to put the information up for you guys, because there's a little bit more robust rotation now to the south of the storm that we were tracking. So that's going to be for Florence, Williamsburg County. So it doesn't look like it includes the Midlands right now. So that's good news currently, that we are seeing that warning outside of the Midlands. What we're watching right now is just some rotation now moving out of the Midlands. In fact, looking pretty weak at this point. So really just coming down to the rain, pushing out within the next, I think, 30 minutes. We're going to start to see most of these storms pushing out of the Midlands, possibly quieting down as we go into the overnight. So definitely some good news there. Of course, we're going to keep watching this tornado warning right now. Let's zoom back in, because it is out until 8:15. But even in these latest scans, I mean, I do not see any rotation. So let's switch over to the debris product one more time. take a look at that, because sometimes that can kind of give us a little bit more insight into what's going on. So yeah, not even seeing any debris really being lofted with this. We're seeing possibly what's left over from earlier being pushed with the winds of the system, but we're not seeing even a tornado debris signature. So I think come 8:15, we're probably going to see this warning expire at this point. And then for the rest of the Midlands, we're starting to quiet things down right now, which is definitely some good news. So I'm going to switch over to reflectivity. Really along 95 and east is where we're going to be seeing most of the bad weather over the next hour or so. Anyone to the west of 95, you're in the clear now for the most part. Really seeing things clear out. I think within the next 20 minutes, Efren, we're going to be looking pretty good here across the Midlands.
Sorry, I hit your button. I didn't mean to do that. I keep on hitting. For those who know, we use remote controls, and I hit the wrong button. So let me go to what I was going to show. My apologies, Corey. Let's do an overall view of where we stand right now, so everybody knows what are we dealing with anymore. We still have a tornado watch in effect for less than an hour from now for Richland, Sumter, Clarendon, Calhoun, and Orangeburg County, as far as our Midland counties are concerned. There's still tornado watches out in the Grand Strand and portions of the Low Country, but for the Midlands, this is all we have left. As far as any other watches or warnings, the flood advisory that we had for a good portion of the northern, western, eastern, and central Midlands has now expired, which is a great thing. And when we talk about that expiring, well, where's all the rain? All the rain is now starting to fizzle out. Many areas of the Midlands, the rain is done. We're finally done with it. There's no precipitation coming down at all. We still have that tornado warning that Corey was mentioning. This goes for another more or less about 10 minutes. It was an observed tornado initially down in Alcaloo in central Clarendon County. As it marched up through 301, the position it's put right now would be somewhere around or on 378 in the area of Turbeville. But the outside thing is that all of this, that tornado warning, is not only going to expire at 8:15, but the National Weather Service is going to drop that. So we'll take a look at that in just a minute. What else is going on? Well, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning for Lee, Sumter, Clarendon counties, but that's going to be basically all for naught because all the activity now is along and east of I-95. The one thing noticeable, take a look at these reports. Now, this is just from South Carolina alone. We've had at least 15 thunderstorm wind damages, and the amount of tornado reports we have, well, it's already exceeded nearly 20. When we look at specifically just for the Midlands, we've got six tornado possible damage areas, even though we had 15 or over a dozen tornado warnings. A lot of flash flood damage, hail damage, heavy rainfall, and of course, thunderstorm wind damage. But the overall picture is that right now, the only warning that we had, which was a tornado warning, which I'm going back to, this one here that covers the eastern portions of Lee and Lee, Sumter, and actually just Lee, Sumter, and Clarendon counties. This is scheduled to expire at 8:15. We're waiting for the official confirmation of this storm. The position of this storm is going to be probably right there. It's going to be west of Lake City and then to the south of 378 Sumter Highway. So that's the storm that is the only one that's active right now, and we're just waiting on confirmation of this storm. But the overall picture is that everything is now moving more in the lines. The PD and the Low Country, no more floods. We still have that tornado watch. But again, the one storm that we're watching, and it's this one right now. And let me make sure. This is a tornado warning, and let's see if they have dropped that yet. I'm still waiting on confirmation, and they are going to be dropping that. So this is the last tornado warning. It is going to be, they've already gone ahead and issued that this will be expiring soon, so we're just waiting for that expiration. But as far as the precipitation and anything that's going on right now, well, this is where the rain is. This is where the rain has finally ended in many areas of the Midlands and put this all in motion. it is finally coming to an end. In fact, the rain that we have left right now should probably also end in the next 10 to 15 minutes in the eastern portions of the Midlands. A little bit of the shower activity that's in portions of Lake Marion, southward towards Orangeburg County, east of I-95, that is finally starting to taper off. So again, the only one that we have right now is the tornado warning that, see if they expired that. Yep, they just expired it. So, okay, we no longer have any tornado warnings in the Midlands. All of that has expired. The rain that is left right now is moving east. We should have all the precipitation in the eastern and southeastern portions of the Midlands done completely at the most within the next 15 to 20 minutes. But the one thing I'll leave you with here is that we still have the tornado watch at least until 9 o'clock. But Darcy, the good news is that regardless of that tornado watch, it looks like the intensification and the storms we have is finally coming to an end.
Efren, you're right. That is very good news. And before we let you go, let's talk about tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow we are looking at, and Corey, if you would be able to pull up on your computer the watches, and actually let me pull this up here. So what we have is, and this has not been updated yet, so bear with me while I just show this. The important thing to show is, more importantly, this. Tomorrow we will have a severe weather threat, a slight risk for severe weather. An enhanced risk is going to be in the upstate. Now, take it with a grain of salt that a slight risk for a severe weather threat means we will probably have strong to maybe severe thunderstorms, over 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and possibly nickel to quarter size hail. The biggest intensification is going to be more in the upstate. The timing of this is going to be early afternoon into early evening, so pretty much the same as what we had today. There's a lot of caution if whether or not we're actually going to see as much intensification as we had today. It's still one thing to note. It is spring. We get a lot of severe weather during March and April. But Darcy, at this point right now, at least we can say in confidence that as much storms as we had today, we may have it again tomorrow, but crossing our fingers, it may not be as intense as what we've had to deal with now over the last ongoing 6 hours.
All right, Efren Afante, we appreciate that. Thank you so much, Chief. And as we wrap up, we do want to let you know that an emergency shelter has opened up in Allendale County. The American Red Cross opening a shelter at Allendale Fairfax Elementary School. Service animals are allowed at that facility. We're going to continue to follow the development of the storm system as it moves out of the state of South Carolina. There's been a tremendous amount of property damage, significant property damage across portions of the state, specifically in Allendale County, but also some areas of the Midlands seeing some property damage. The best news out of this today is there has been no loss of life due to the severe storms that we've seen. We're going to wrap things up for now. We'll see you again tonight for News 19 at 11.
Thank you for watching News 19. Did you see a story you loved? Download WLTX on your